today's event in the Zurich Hotel and virtually using Zoom meeting. Your presence has made this event truly special.
Ladies and gentlemen, now without any further ado, let's get into the door prize session because we have some fantastic prizes lined up. But before that, we would like to request you all to stand up. Well, we have prepared the lucky draw number underneath of your seat, so you may kindly check it out. All right, for those who have found the number, please raise your hand and show us your number. All right, it looks like everyone ready to get into the door prize session, so let's get started. But before that, I would like to tell the mechanisms of today's door prize session first. We will draw the numbers, and once your number is mentioned, please raise your hand and show us your number. Our committee will come to you to confirm your number.
For the first drawing session, we would like to request our Dean Faculty of Engineering, Professor Johnny Arliansyah, to kindly take the drawing number from the fishbowl. Okay, for the first drawing lucky draw, the number goes to
Number. Congratulations for all the winner. The prizes will be given at the end of this conference. So ensure that you always stay with us until the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we're having break time, we would like to invite you to come to the stage for taking picture together. For all the audiences, you may kindly go up to the stage. Next. After hearing the material delivered by today's speaker, of course, a lot of energy is used. Therefore, to recharge our energy, we are going to have lunch together and prayer time. This break is scheduled until 1 p.m. For virtual audiences, please remain in the room and always pay attention to the committee's direction. Thank you so much and see you again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who wants to take a prayer, you can find the musola.
Ditambahin juga ya informasinya yang untuk video conference ya ataupun video conference ataupun PPT di meja registrasi. Iya. Diseling-selingi be. Ya. Video conference deh. Kalau dia belum upload video conference di Siceto account-nya, maka tolong video conference-nya ataupun PPT-nya silakan dikirimkan ke meja registrasi. Diulang berkali-kali. Video conference, PowerPoint. Please. Please kindly submit your file to registration. In registration. Cari lagi apa Pak? Jadi ini Pak, jadiin kaos dulu Pak. Operator dulu.
Kalau nanti di sini tes Johnny Arcade ya. Oh enggak, kalau itu sih
Tes tes cek 1 2 3. Tes tes.
sana
Kampus pertama terletak di Kota Palembang yang diresmikan oleh Presiden Insinyur Soekarno pada tanggal 31 Oktober tahun 1960. Dan kampus kedua terletak di Kabupaten Ogan Ilir, Indralaya yang diresmikan oleh Presiden Soeharto pada tanggal 6 Maret tahun 1997.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, rahmat, dan keberkahan Allah SWT tercurah untuk kita semua. Universitas Sriwijaya adalah salah satu universitas negeri yang besar di Indonesia dengan student body 28.000 mahasiswa lebih yang tersebar di 10 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana dengan visi menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka berbasis riset yang unggul di berbagai cabang ilmu, teknologi, dan seni. Saat ini Universitas Sriwijaya terus maju dengan peningkatan di berbagai bidang akademik, dengan peningkatan proses belajar mengajar yang berbasis IT, dengan masa studi tepat, cepat, dan qualified. Bidang riset membudayakan kegiatan riset yang unggul, melibatkan dosen dan mahasiswa di berbagai cabang ilmu, sains, teknologi, sosial, humaniora, dan seni yang didukung dengan laboratorium yang berstandar. Bidang pengabdian masyarakat membumikan hasil-hasil karya Universitas Sriwijaya untuk kepentingan umat, bangsa, dan negara Republik Indonesia. Membantu pemerintah Republik Indonesia, provinsi, kabupaten, dan kota dalam segi perencanaan yang baik, pemberdayaan masyarakat, penggalian dan pengkajian sumber daya alam, dan penanggulangan bencana alam.
Mahasiswa Universitas Sriwijaya berasal dari berbagai penjuru tanah air dan mancanegara, terdiri dari diploma, strata 1,
Cek 1, 2, 3.
pasca sarjana, profesi, spesialis, dan doktor.
We would like to warmly welcome to our keynote speakers for today's event, Professor Sungku Kim from Kyunghee University, South Korea, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki, and Professor Sahid O. Ajayi. Thank you.
Fakultas Hukum. Fakultas Teknik.
Cek 1, 2, 3.
Fakultas Kedokteran. Fakultas Pertanian. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Fakultas Ilmu Komputer. Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat. program pasca sarjana S2, dan program doktor S3. Kerjasama internasional Universitas Sriwijaya diantaranya meliputi negara Thailand, Malaysia, Jepang, Vietnam, Jerman, Amerika, Italia, Polandia, Filipina, Taiwan, Turki, dan Cina. Pembelajaran di
Cek 1, 2.
Universitas Sriwijaya dikontrol
Tes.
melalui mekanisme untuk menjamin kelangsungan perguruan tinggi berkualitas. Dengan fasilitas penunjang yang representatif, perpustakaan, masjid, klinik, student center, apartemen mahasiswa, kantin, auditorium, dan sarana olahraga.
kindly reminder, for the online audiences, we encourage you to use the virtual background and don't forget to fill the registration form. And also for our offline attendees, we would like to remind you to put your phone in silent mode. Thank you.
Welcome to the Zuri Hotel Palembang. Here we present a safety briefing video for your safety. The hotel consists of 25 floors with 1 ballroom and 10 meeting rooms. Each floor has 2 evacuation roads on every floor. Emergency stairs are located on the right and left sides of the building. Each floor is equipped with security and safety systems, such as sprinklers, heat detectors, CCTV, speaker announcements, fire alarms, hydrants, fire extinguishers, and emergency evacuation map attached to each room door. When you hear the danger alarm, remain calm and immediately exit the room to the assembly point located on the ground floor via the emergency stairs on the right and left sides of the building. Our staff will assist in the evacuation process, both on site and through CCTV monitoring, by providing direct guidance and using speaker announcements to guide you to the assembly point located on the ground floor. Here is the correct evacuation procedure we'd like to convey. Firstly, do not use the elevator. Follow the evacuation signs posted on the walls. Find the nearest emergency staircase from your location. If you are wearing high-heeled shoes, remove them before heading to the evacuation road. The assembly point is a gathering point for evacuation purposes during emergencies. There is one assembly point located in the front of the hotel lobby. Thank you for your trust in the Zuri Hotel Palembang. Have a great time. Thank you.
From the Zuri Ballroom here in Palembang, Indonesia, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Sriwijaya is proudly bringing back the Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology, Siceto 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Master of Ceremony, Alif Wicaksono and Zerlinda Elvareta.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology, Siceto 2023. It's such an honor for me, Alif Wicaksono, and my partner,
Zerlinda Elvareta.
to be the master ceremony of this prestigious event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is hybridly conducted from the Zuri Hotel and virtual Zoom meeting. Siceto 2023 will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss the latest developments and innovations in the fields of engineering, science, and technology. On behalf of the committee, we are all very grateful to be blessed with health and the opportunity that we can gather here.
As a start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like to request you all to raise, and for virtual audiences, please sit up straight. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you all kindly may be seated. Thank you.
Our distinguished participants, as our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present a Palembang traditional dance. Performed by 3 dancers, this is a dance to portray the warm hospitality and the rich culture of Palembang. Here is our welcome greetings, the classical dance of Tanggai.
All esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Sriwijaya International Conference of Engineering and Technology, Siceto 2023. We present to you Palembang traditional dance, Tari Tanggai. This Tari Tanggai is presented as a way to extend our heartfelt greetings to each and every one of you on this auspicious occasion. Tari Tanggai serves as an expression of our profound gratitude for your valuable participation and the wealth of perspective you bring to this gathering. memohon, a supplication motion symbolizing the act of seeking divine blessings. Gerak tafakur, a contemplative act performed during moments of submission to the divine, mirroring the spiritual devotion deeply ingrained in Palembang's culture. Gerak Sigutang, referring to Sigutang Mahameru, Palembang's highest hill, which holds significance in Buddhist religious ceremonies. Gerak Kecubung, executed with rotating motions, inspired by the versatile Kecubung plant, known for its medicinal properties. Gerak Stupa, encouraging thoughtful consideration before taking actions, focused on benefiting both oneself and others. Gerak Menyumping. The term menyumping derived from chuping, meaning ear, signifies humility and attentive listening. Gerak ulur benang, the graceful extension of breast, embodying divine craftsmanship or ulur, Palembang women. Gerak elang terbang, an imitation of an eagle soaring flight, serving as a symbol of agility and swiftness in all endeavors. Gerak tolak bala. The term tolak bala implies rejecting harm, underscoring the importance of self-preservation, especially regarding women's dignity. Gerak suri. This gesture reflects the meticulous self-grooming rituals of women, underscoring their commitment to preserving their dignity. Within the graceful dance of tari langit, we find an eloquent expression of our deep appreciation for the cultural heritage of Palembang.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology, Siceto, is one of the most prestigious events held by Faculty of Engineering Universitas Sriwijaya that has been conducted for several times. The previous Siceto was held in 2021 and successfully joined by participants from various countries of the world. To recall our memories of Siceto 2021, Here we present the recap video of Siceto 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give big round of applause to Siceto 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Siceto 2023 has more than 100 selected papers from various parts of the world, from United States of America, United Kingdom, Nigeria, King Saudi Arabia, Australia, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, India, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia.
Selected paper will be published in Scopus indexed journal such as CFD Leaders, Journal of Advanced Research in Fluid Mechanics and Thermal Science, Journal of Advanced Research in Applied Science and Engineering Technology, Journal of Advanced Research in Numerical Heat Transfer, Journal of Advanced Research in Applied Mechanics. And the rest of paper will be published in international proceeding. For all the details about this event, please be invited the chairman of this conference,
Professor Henny Fitriani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Governor of South Sumatra, Dr. Agus Patoni MSc or his representatives, Mayor of Palembang, Dr. Andes Ratudewa, MSI, or his representatives, distinguished head of government officials, distinguished vice rectors, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Sahid Ajayi, Professor Sungkuk Kim, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki, Professor Hafiz Ali, Professor Novia, Honorable Deans of Engineering Faculty, respected professors, esteemed officials from various institutions, respected heads and secretaries, departments, and study programs, esteemed guests whom we cannot individually name. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023. I am Heni Fitriani, a lecturer in the Department of Civil Engineering at Universitas Sriwijaya, and also the chair of this organizing committee. I stand before you today deeply honored and humble, representing a dedicated team of individuals who have tirelessly worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the incredible committee members who have been by my side since the inception of this conference. Their dedication, enthusiasm, and unwavering support have been the driving force behind our efforts. As we navigate the intricate details of organizing this event, we have set forth 4 fundamental values: rigor, impact, prestige, and service. These principles serve as the bedrock upon which we have built our individuals. Rigor, ensuring high academic standards; impact, making meaningful contributions to the field; prestige, upholding reputations of this conference; and service, dedicating ourselves to the betterment of our academic community and society. To maintain the level of academic excellence, we implemented a review process including double-blind peer reviews and clear criteria for the acceptance of the abstract. This stringent evaluation ensures that our conference remains a paramount platform for diverse scientific discussions. I am delighted to share that our participants come from various scientific fields, representing the rich tapestry of knowledge from 13 countries, consisting of 37 papers from civil and structural engineering, 11 papers from electrical and electronic engineering, 10 papers from chemical engineering and science, 31 papers from mechanical engineering, 12 papers from architecture, 17 papers from mining and geological engineering, 2 papers from natural science. And all selected papers at Siceto 2023 will be published at Semarak Ilmu Publishing Journals indexed by Scopus. So in the next few days, I encourage you to engage in spirited discussions, foster collaborations, and take full advantage of the well of knowledge. Let us learn from each other, challenge our assumptions, and explore innovative solutions that can shape our future of engineering and technology. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each of you. Thank you for being a part of this significant event. Together, let us make Siceto 2023 a memorable and intellectually stimulating experience. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Hani Fitriani as the chairman of Siceto 2023 for delivering the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear the welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Sriwijaya, Kindly be invited to the podium, Professor Johnny Arliansyah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. Distinguished Governor of South Sumatra Province or his representative, so from Public Work Department, maybe represent him, and also distinguished Mayor of Palembang or his representative, distinguished Rector of Sriwijaya University, represented by the Vice Rector of Planning and Corporation, Professor Dr. M. Said, MSc, distinguished Head of Government officials, and also distinguished keynote speaker for our conference. First, Mr. Sungkok Kim, PhD, from Kyuhee University, South Korea. Good morning. Thank you very much, Prof. I'm here. And also online. And Professor University, Professor Mitsunori Ozaka from Kanazawa University, success of our pressure in the field. This conference is not just a conference, but it is testament to our commitment to fostering global connection among thinker, academic, executive, government, and business official, also practitioner. Here we come together not merely as a participant, but as a contributor to a shared knowledge and expertise. The themes of our conference towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology, engineering, science underscore our collective to shape a future where technology, engineering are not just tools of progress, but instruments of sustainable change. It provides the ideal platform for engaging in this crucial conversation. Throughout the next 2 days, I encourage each one of you to actively participate, to engage in meaningful dialogue, and to collaborate with your peer. Together, let us explore the latest advanced trends and innovation in engineering, technology, and science. Let us pave the way for a future where a smart and sustainable information innovation are not just a goal but a reality. I extend my deepest gratitude to all participants, speakers, organizers who have worked tirelessly to make Siceto 2020 a reality. Your presence here enrich this conference and contribute to its success. I also express my deepest gratitude to dedicated organization committee whose hard work and determination have brought this conference to success. Additionally, I want to emphasize our openness to collaboration across diverse fields. We believe that the most groundbreaking innovation emerge when different disciplines intersect and collaborated. So I encourage all participants to be open to the interdisciplinary discussion and to explore collaborative opportunity beyond the boundary of your expertise. I think that's all. Thank you. Let the conference begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming speech, Professor Johnny Arliansyah. Just for information, there are already more than 100 participants in the Zoom meeting right now.
The success of this event cannot be separated from the important contribution of Universitas Sriwijaya. According to that, we would like to invite the Vice Rector for Planning and Cooperation Affairs of Universitas Sriwijaya to deliver his speech and officially open this conference. Please warmly welcome Professor Muhammad Saim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabihi amma ba'du. Morning and salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Distinguished Governor of South Sumatra, Dr. Agus Fatoni MSI, or his representative, distinguished Major of Palembang, Dr. Andes Ratu Dewa MSI, or his representative, distinguished head of government officials, our distinguished keynote speakers today, Professor Siceto Ajayi, Professor Sunku Kim, PhD, professional engineer, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki, associate professor, Professor Dr. Hafiz M. Ali, and Professor Novia, PhD. Dear Honorable Deans, respected professors, esteemed officials from various institutions, respected head and secretaries of department and study programs, esteemed guests whom we cannot individually name. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warmest greeting to all of you gathered here today at Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023, or we know as Siceto. I stand here as a representative of our esteemed university rector, with deeply regret that today cannot be here due to unavoidable circumstances. I am honored and delighted to welcome each and every one of you to Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023. You're present here representing diverse nations and field of expertise brings immense value to these prestigious events. In today's interconnected world, the significance of international collaboration and knowledge exchange cannot be overstated. It's through forums like Siceto 2023 that the ideas transcend borders, innovation flourish, and meaningful dialogues shape the future. Sriwijaya University also developing the international programs. Since the last 3 years, we developed some programs beside research collaboration, adjunct professors, student exchange, and international accreditation. Our gathering here signifies the powers of university in diversity, where brilliant minds converge to tackle the challenges of our times and explore opportunities that lie ahead. I'm deeply moved by collective intellect and expertise that fill this room. The themes we will explore during the conference are not merely topics discussed. They are the building block of sustainable future, the intersection of engineering and technology holds the key to solving some of the most pressing issues of our faces today, like energy, food, water, environment, and other issues. This conference is more than just a meeting of mind. It's a platform where theories transfer into practical solutions, or we call as technology, where collaboration are forged and where friendship are made. I encourage you all to actively participate, engage in fruitful discussion, and embrace the well of knowledge that surrounds you. Let us learn from one another, inspire each other, and pave the way for a better tomorrow. May this conference be not only a space for exchanges ideas, but also a catalyst for future collaborations. I hope that interaction and discussion here will lead to enduring partnership between institution and nation. Let us foster a culture of sharing knowledge and expertise, a culture where borders do not hinder the flow of innovative ideas and collaborative efforts. By working together, we can address the challenges that lie ahead and seize the countless opportunities that the future holds. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all our distinguished guests. Enjoy your stay in Palembang. Enjoy the various culinary from Palembang City. May your time here be filled with enlightening conversation, meaningful connection, and innovative ideas will shape the course of our shared future. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We truly appreciate Professor Muhammad Said for the speech, and we also would like to request you, Professor, to open this conference by striking the ceremonial gong, accompanied also by the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Professor Johnny Arliansyah, and Chairman of Siceto 2023, Professor Hani Fitriani, and also our special keynote speakers today, Professor Novia, Professor Sungku Kim, Professor Sahid O. Ajayi, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki, and also Professor Hafiz M. Ali that has been already connected with us virtually from Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. Please give big round of applause to Siceto 2023.
Professor Said, our keynote speaker, Dean Faculty of Engineering and Chairman of Siceto 2023, please kindly remain on the stage because we would like to officiate this conference, which is marked by the handover of the memento to our 5 keynote speakers and continued by documentation session.
And also we would like to request our virtual audiences to turn your camera on because we would like to capture this moment together. And do not forget to use the virtual background that has been sent through the Zoom meeting. Thank you. And the next is the memento handover to our 5 keynote speakers. For the first memento, will be given to Professor Sungku Kim from Kyunghee University, South Korea. Thank you, Professor Sungku Kim. And the next memento will be given to Professor Sahid O. Ajayi.
Thank you for Professor Mitsunori Ozaki.
Here's the memento handover to Professor Mitsunori Ozaki. Next is memento handover to Professor Novia from Universitas Sriwijaya, Indonesia. The memento handover is conducted by Professor Muhammad Said to our special keynote speakers today. Thank you so much for our Vice Rector, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Chairman of Siceto, and our special keynote speakers. You may kindly go back to your seats. And we also would like to thank the invited speaker who are willing to attend this event virtually.
Distinguished audiences, before we proceed to the main agenda, we would like to invite you to bow your heads for a moment of prayer. Let us pray that the event we are gathered here today to celebrate will be beneficial for us and receive the blessings of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Please be invited, Dr. Barlin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start our events today, let us pray to our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our conference can be blessed and precise to all of us. Allowing me to lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And those who are not Muslim, you please to pray according to each your beliefs. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. حمد الشاكرين حمد الناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. Ya Allah, today 17th of October 2023, in this beautiful place we gather here to bring about the Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023. The theme is towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broadens our knowledge, science our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Ya Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdoms upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Ya Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our prayer. ربنا تقبل دعاءنا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barlin, for leading us in prayer today. May God bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to show you a video that captures the spirit of today's event. So, without any further ado, let's watch the introduction video of
Siceto
Siceto
2023.
The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologists, and esteemed subject matter experts all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science.
Our distinguished guests, before we get into our next agenda, please take a break for coffee and refreshment that will be served. Thank you.
And for online attendees, we would like also to remind you, we kindly request you to turn on your cameras and don't forget to use the virtual background so that we can see your smiles through the Zoom meeting and create more engaging atmosphere during our Zoom meeting. And also, we would like to remind you to kindly fill the registration form that has been sent through the Zoom chat. Thank you.
Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologists, and esteemed subject matter experts, all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme, Towards Smart and Sustainable Innovation in Technology and Engineering Science, serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science. The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologies, and esteemed subject matter experts, all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme, Towards Smart and Sustainable Innovation in Technology and Engineering Science, serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science. The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologies, and esteemed subject matter experts all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science. The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologies, and esteemed subject matter experts all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science. The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologists, and esteemed subject matter experts all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science.
Our distinguished guest, this conference has two panel sessions. The speakers for today's first panel sessions are Professor Sungku Kim from Kyunghee University, South Korea, Professor Novia from Universitas Sriwijaya, Indonesia, and Professor Hafiz M. Ali from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia, that he has been connected with us virtually. The first panel session will last until 2 hours, and it will be led by one of our lecturer in Chemical Engineering Department of Universitas Sriwijaya, who is very passionate about biodiesel research. Please welcome Dr. Leili Nurul Komaria.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, MC, Alif and Zerlinda. Hello, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am speaking here on the stage of the Zuri Ballroom in Palembang, and I would like to say hi also for the participant who join us in Zoom. Can we show them on the screen? Okay. Hello, everyone over there. And it is my pleasure and honor to be a moderator for the first plenary session for Siceto 2023. And I hope you guys doing great today and ready for incoming session. I hope you are ready for getting more from this conference, getting more information, getting more insight, getting new experiences, getting more updates, inspiration, and of course, we will get more fellas which may be beneficial for our further research, our further work, and our daily duties. Okay, at about 90 minutes, I think, from now, we are going to have a beneficiary talk and discussion about what is becoming critical issue in engineering and technology. And that's why we have many fabulous speakers here in Siceto 2023. And right now, next to me is already Professor Sungko Kim from Seoul, Korea, Kyung-hee University. Welcome to Palembang. This is your first time coming in Palembang? Oh, the third time. Okay. This is my first time seeing you here. Okay. Professor Sungko Kim is coming for the third time in Palembang, and we also to introduce Professor Novia from Sriwijaya University. We would like to invite you to join us in the stage. Okay, because the plenary session will be with 3 speakers in one panel. Is that right, Miss Leah? Okay, and the session will be relaxing serious or seriously relaxed, because we need to discuss about important thing, but we can take it so relaxed. So this is the keynote speakers. They have the key and we got the notes. So please enjoy your seat while you're enjoying your coffee break, but we are ready to listen, to have the insight coming from the speakers. We do also have to say hi to Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Ali. Are you there? The Zoom already? Can I have a few words coming from Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Ali from King Fahd University of Petroleums and Minerals, Saudi Arabia? Or he's still try to connect it to the Zoom. And okay, please you may be seated, because I would like to introduce the 2 of keynote speakers here. I have Professor Sungko Kim over there. He's currently a professor in Department of Architectural Engineering in Kyung-hee University, Seoul, Korea, majoring in construction engineering and management. Professor Sungko Kim was started career in Kyung-hee since 1995. Is that correct? 1995. He already produced 10 books, wrote hundreds of peer-reviewed articles, and already have 97 registered selected patents. And he also have a recent interest covering construction project management, construction information technology, health performance evaluation of buildings, development of construction and management technologies, simulation optimization of project management, construction waste management, freeform building technology, and CO2 reduction, and energy use of sustainable buildings. Okay, we do also have Professor Novia here, but I would like to introduce her near to the moment of her presentation. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce and represent Professor Sungko Kim for the first presentation, and the time is yours now.
Thank you for good introduction of me. And first of all, I'm honored to be the first speaker and make my presentation with the distinguished scholars and students. The topic of my presentation is optimization algorithm for near zero river cutting waste. In short, we call just N0 RCW, and less river usage. Actually, I did this research with my 2 Indonesian students named Ramawati. We call her Titis and Wijaya. This is the contents of my presentation: introduction and the methodology, and then I will verify my algorithm with the color and beam case and discuss and conclusion. Chapter 1 for introduction, I just want to check my background. In general, rebar cutting waste is estimated to be 3 to 5% in in the construction planning stage. However, more than 5%, more than sometimes 10% is generated. 10% of rebar cutting waste is generated in the actual construction. And with our team's analysis, rebar cutting waste in 2022 estimate about 50.7 million tons, which is equivalent to 17.3 million tons of CO2 emission, and it is about 47 billion US dollar cost loss. Therefore, the optimization of rebar usage to minimize the cutting waste is very crucial for sustainable construction and project cost saving. I'm sorry, I earlier did what share my screen, but automatically cut off. Let's discuss about the problem statement. First one, despite many studies to reduce rebar cutting waste, it still cannot be reduced to less than 3 to 5% because we have two main factors as follows. First one is most researchers have been conducting optimization on market, or we call it stock lengths, not on special lengths. See, here, normally they like, most of engineers like to buy the rebar in stock lengths. But when I use rebar in special lengths, we can remarkably reduce the rebar cutting waste. And the other one, as you see, many of engineers like to put splice at every floor in case of column. But imagine that you use one long rebar, then you don't have to provide this kind of splice length. This is a kind of, in my opinion, this is a kind of waste. And the other one is most studies have conducted research on optimizing rebar following the lab splice John. ACI and British standard recommend putting the splice in some less moment John, like this one. See, for the column, they recommend putting splice between this from 1/4 of height to 3/4 of height. This John for the beam here, which means they recommend the site engineer putting the splice John in at a last moment. Of course, it's common sense, but adhering to that splice John, then we cannot reduce rebar cutting waste. Two research teams studied already for the beam and column, adhering the splicing John, but they can reduce rebar cutting waste up to only 8.4% and even 7.2% for maybe for the column. Keeping what the splice drawn, we cannot reduce rebar cutting waste because when you buy just what the rebar in market length, we have to cut and bend. Then we can see what some rebar cutting waste, what it called scrap metal. But in practice, most of contractors don't follow what the ACIM British standard recommendation. You know why? When we follow their recommendation, then it's very difficult to install the rebar, and we cannot secure the quality and safety issues. The second problem, these days, as you know, we will build a BIM for the structural model. So after getting the result of structural analysis and design, then they like to provide rebar information to BIM model manually. But it will take a lot of effort and time. Very tired there. But our team just tried to develop some other algorithm by using Dynamo, and of course based on Rabbit. And we also adopt IFC concept, industry foundation classes, because we want to use rebar information for the rebar processing and ordering rebar later on site. This one shows what we use a Dynamo script language to provide rebar information automatically. Dynamo is a kind of discrete language, so very easy to use that one. Then after we generate all the rebar information and stored into IFC model, then we can use that information to order the rebar quantity, and we can use all the detailed information to cut and bend rebar. I'm sorry. And the objective of this study is to propose an optimization algorithm for near zero rebar cutting waste and less rebar usage by applying a flexible lap splice position and reducing number of splices and prioritizing special length rebar. I like to use a special length rebar. Special length rebar means order or customized lengths. When you order any rebar to the steel mill, just you can order in special lengths, about 10 centimeter long intervals. And as I told you, using Dynamo script and IF-based rebar information to build structural BIM. The research scope is like this one. Actually, I drew this IPD-based rebar work process. I want to develop integrated project delivery management system for rebar work like this one. After getting the result of structural analysis and design, then by using those information and using Dynamo, then I can generate a BIM model automatically. Then I can run my algorithm to minimize the rebar cutting waste and even reduce the rebar usage. And after that, to cut and bend the rebar, I will use all those information automatically. When you use some automatic machine, then you don't have to touch any rebar to produce what you want. The methodology. In this study, this flow chart can show the methodology. This is the near zero cutting waste management flow. After getting, as I told you, after getting all the structure information, then you can build a BI model using this kind of already installed shapecode family. Then when you handle some IFC model, then you can generate a bar bending schedule and bar cutting list. And of course, after build this structural BIM, then you have to estimate the precise quantity of rebar. For this one, we already published 4 papers to automatically estimate the rebar quantity, like this one, and beam, wall, and slab case. And after getting this bar bending schedule and bar cutting list, then we are ready to use the algorithms that we developed. So before using the algorithm, you need to input some constraints like this one. When you order any rebar in special lengths, you have to follow some constraints. Steel mill ask site engineers to order some quantity of rebar, like 50 tons of rebar, maybe 2 months in advance, like this one. This is the kind of constraints of rebar combination, or when you order any rebar in special lengths. Then we apply our another algorithm, special length priority optimization, and adjusting lab splice position. Then like this kind of process, but later on I explain it to you in detail. And after that, we calculate all the rebar in special lengths. Then we need still combine some short rebar. So we use this kind of optimization algorithm. This is very prevalent in the area of rebar optimization. Then after do all this process, then we have to check the rate of cutting waste. Then when we check, okay, we attain our goal, then we stop. Then we just calculate the saving cost or the amount of carbon dioxide emission. Maybe you will ask some question. What is the near zero cutting waste? We define near zero cutting waste means less than 1% of rebar cutting waste. We define that one, yeah? Near zero cutting waste. Sure, we can get the result of less than 1% of rebar cutting waste. To verify our algorithm, we was select one case project. Then we select several columns like this one. This one shows the typical patterns of column rebar layout from the foundation to the top of the building. They install dowel bar, then splice slab here. They provide a splice slab every floor on the slab. But in our idea, we like to use a very long lever to reduce the number of lap splices. Anyway, you better remember the characteristics of column rebar layout to understand my explanation. And first of all, we build the structural BI model to create what rebar data in the BI model. So we use script, Dynamo script. Actually, this figure shows the process of applying Dynamo. Actually, the Dynamo shows really complicated process, but looks complicated. But it's very easy to use this one because this is a kind of a scripted language. So just write down what you think. Then after we build the structural BIM, then we need to extract all the detailed information to calculate the rebar quantity automatically. Like this one from the depth of foundation and even bending margin and everything to calculate the rebar length automatically. This one shows the column section in different floors. Actually, we adopt a 20-second story building, 20-story building, but including 2 basement floors, so totally 22nd story building. Looks like a 22nd story building, yeah. Then this building, the column of this building shows 7 different rebar layout, showing like this one. Of course, as you know, in the lower floor, we have more rebar in the column. Then going up to the top of building, then the number of rebar decrease and decrease. So up to from floors 13 to 20, only how many? This is just 14. 14 rebars are there. But this one shows 14 rebars are laid out, from the bottom to the top. Then second, 2 rebars from the basement to the 13th floor, like this way. So you can interpret this sectional reinforcement layout like this kind of elevation. So then we figure out all the number of rebar, 14 rebar. The length of 14 rebar is 95.7 meter long. Or like this one, 2 rebar from basement, second to 13th floor, like this way, all the way like this, which means totally we need a lot of rebar, yeah? Then we input some constraints, the minimum quantity of rebar, and then the time. We need time, to deliver the rebar on schedule. After this, then we have to apply our algorithm. So to calculate, to reduce the rebar cutting waste, we need to calculate the total length of rebar from here to the top of building. See? I'm sorry. Originally, to install those rebar, we provide 22 rebars and with 21 splices. At every floor, we provide splices. This is the normal on site. But in our algorithm, we just like to, you just imagine you use one very long rebar from the bottom to the top of building. Actually, there's no rebar like that. But to calculate the special length, we just consider this long rebar. Then after that, we calculate special length by using this kind of equation. After that, we calculate, we can use 11 rebar with 10 splices instead of 20 rebars with 21 splices, which means we reduce 11 splices, rebar splices, so we can save the usage of rebar. Then this is the process to calculate the number of splices. Then after all, we calculate the special length rebar equivalent to 10.4 meter long special length rebar. See? Then when we use 10.4 meter long rebar, then we can cover the longest rebar layout. But for as I told you, we have to install 14 rebar from the foundation to the top of building. But here we need to install 2 rebars from the foundation to the 13th floor. In that case, we use 10.4 meter long, 8 rebars with 7 splices, all like this way. We calculate. We can calculate this, the number of rebars and splices automatically by using our algorithm. Sorry. Then we calculate all those things following this one. Then finally, we can get the result of we can use 11 rebars with 10 splices, and for the second one, 8 rebars with 7 splices, all like this way. Then we can calculate the number of rebars and the quantity of rebar. So I repeat again, this one shows all the detail looking at elevation drawing like this way. But after using the 10.4 meter long rebar in special length, then we still have remaining rebar. For the first one, we don't have remaining rebar because we optimize the rebar for this whole length of building, and the whole height of building. So we have remaining riba to apply from the second column, stage of ribas. So we have 2.668 meter long riba, and here 2.28, or like this way. So this one shows the remaining riba. For this one, we still like to use what 10.4 meter long special length riba. So we need to combine all this riba using the 10.4 meter long riba. So by applying this kind of algorithm, then we can calculate the loss rate, which means this is cutting waste, 5.71% of riba cutting waste we can get. But as I told you, near zero cutting waste means less than 1%. But, we already reduced all the riba into near zero, not less than 1%, just nearly 0%. So considering with those, all the quantity, see here, the quantity is 14.469 tons of riba required, but we used 14.572, which means less than maybe 0.1%. So together with this one here, less than 1%. So finally, we calculate the total riba cutting waste, 0.83% we get. So we confirm by using our algorithm, we can get 0.83 riba cutting waste, which means less than 1%. Like this way. And, when you apply our algorithm, not only reducing riba cutting waste, but also you can reduce riba usage. Originally, if the site engineer install all the riba following the drawing and providing lab supplies every floor, they need how much? This is original one. Yeah, 8.164 tons of riba. But by using our algorithm, we need only 14.939 tons of riba. So we can save 17.76% of riba usage. And you can calculate CO2 emission, and you can calculate cost reduction effect like this. Pretty more than 10%, more than, as I told you, how many percent? 17.76%. And even beam case, you can find the characteristics of beam reinforcement. At least for ribas, go from the maybe one side of building to the other side of building. For ribas, it should be laid out. Then the other one is depending on the moment distribution, then we can put more rebars maybe on the top of beam or bottom of beam. But at least for rebar goes through the whole gutter or beams. So by using the characteristics, we can also apply our algorithm. This is first step. Of course, we use Dynamo. Then we generate rebar information in the BIM model automatically. And then, of course, we repeat the same process as applying the column case. Like this way, and this is the detail of a sectional layout of reinforcement. See, there are many kinds of rebar, but by using our algorithm, we can estimate the rebar quantity automatically, and you can optimize the rebar quantity automatically. Yeah, we just repeat the same process for beam reinforcement. So in this case, also we can reduce rebar cutting waste up to 0.344%, which means less than 1%. And even we applied all the same process. Then finally, we can get the result. We can save 12.31% of rebar usage, which is very remarkable quantity of rebar reduction, rebar usage reduction. Yeah. So we can also convert all those rebar quantity into CO2 emissions and cost. And this is the summary of summary of verification of the beam case. Actually, we publish the result of this research, already published it in the journal, in the international journal, and even column case, we already published the paper, our paper. A beam case, or this one. I'm sorry, this is beam case. This is beam case already published, and then we already submitted one paper for wall case. This is the column case. Yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And we need to discuss about like this one. Is it necessary to adhere to the lab splice zone? Actually, this is common sense. It better provide a lab splice at a less moment zone, but it's very difficult to put lab splice in that zone. So normally in the drawing, on site we provide lab splice. For column on the floor, on the slab floor, and for the beam we provide the lab splice at the side of column, like that way. I ever worked in Indonesia, Dumai. At the time, I already started drawing, but I can see all the lab splice zone on the floor or side of column. And even in Singapore, a very long time ago, I worked in the construction site, so I can understand that there are many problems in the rebar works. So I started in the area of rebar work management for more than 30 years. Anyway, it is common, yeah, as I told you, yeah. But this one shows there is no comment about the last moment to calculate what splice length. Only concrete strength decide concrete strength and the bonding bonding stress decide the splice length. So you can put left splice at any joint, but of course it's better put left splice joint on the floor and side of column, and even a bridge standard. And we like to test this kind of debate. So we wrote a paper. Then we published this paper, the investigating structural stability and constructability of building relative to the left splice joint, left splice position of reinforcing bars. Then we discuss in the paper. Then they accept our paper. And even I asked ChatGPT about left splice, but this one shows, of course, is lapping at a less moment joint is recommendable, but you don't have to. I told you about this one already. This is the conclusion of my presentation. We have confirmed carrying out a special length priority optimization can reduce river cutting waste at a tremendous percentage. And of course, adjusting left splice joint is one of the best methods to achieve near zero cutting waste. To do this, we developed some optimization algorithm to figure out the special lengths, and of course to combine all the rebar cutting patterns, and to reduce what number of splices. And as I explained to you, we can reduce reduce rebar cutting waste up to 0.383% of columns and 0.93% of beams, which means less than 1%. So we achieve near zero cutting waste. And even we can reduce rebar usage. This is more serious impact on the rebar work management. We can reduce 7.76% for columns and 12.31% for beams. So our research team contribute this research to reduce rebar cutting waste and rebar usage. Of course, reduce CO2 emissions. And we like to share our idea in many countries with many scholars. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sungkuk Kim. Okay, very nice talk, but I believe that it's the active participants is not quite totally familiar with the terminology of rebar, and I just studied about that. Maybe I would like to know to introduce rebar is the acronym of reinforced bar. Reinforcement bar is such kind like a typical reinforcing steel bar bundle. And most people are familiar with reinforcing steel bars, commonly called rebar. Pak Bakti, jadi bukan riba ya. Karena riba itu haram, itu ada Pak Ustadz. Okay, it's rebar or reinforced bar. It is used as a construction building materials. Okay, it's commonly used in bridges, buildings, skyscrapers, homes, warehouses, and foundation or any something else to increase the strength of concrete structure. I hope this explanations kind to open you. Is that right? Okay. And Okay, the topic has delivered Professor Sungkuk Kim is something to do that we know that rebar in the cutting activity generates more carbon dioxide per unit weight than any other construction resource. So maybe we are further asking about that in this session and the next session after Q&A session. And I would like to introduce also that rebar is one of the most important construction materials in any engineering projects. And the total project cost could be significantly reduced by the effective cutting mechanism. Is that correct? Yeah, maybe a lot of question is waiting down there and need to be asked from you, Professor Kim. After the next presentation is coming from the next speakers, I would like to introduce Professor Novia. Professor Novia is currently working as a professor of chemical engineering at Sriwijaya University in Indonesia. He got her PhD in chemical engineering in Curtin University in Australia in 2007. And her research fields are CFD. CFD stands for Computational Fluid Dynamics, Modeling, and Bioethanol. Okay, over the last 20 years, he supervised undergraduate and postgraduate students, and her research produced more than 70 papers. Her supervision experience is more than 30 postgraduate students, and she got 3 Indonesian patents. And without further ado, we would like to presenting Professor Novia with the keynote speakers relating to bioethanol. The time is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for the times. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to talk about the recent progress in bioethanol production from lignocellulosic biomass, technological developments, and challenges. Next. Yeah, this is the outline of my presentation, introduction, lignocellulosic biomass, pretreatment techniques, enzymatic hydrolysis fermentation, and the last one, challenge and future perspective technological. Next. The current situations are the reducing fossil fuel. The current situations are the reducing supply of fossil fuel resources availability, the greenhouse gas emission, the reliability of energy, the increased requirement for fuels, and the relationship between energy and economic growth. So at present, fossil fuels achieve about 80% of the worldwide energy needs, with fuel accounting for 30% of the global energy availability. Using fossil fuels, plays a significant roles in releasing harmful gases that make some consequences such as melting glacier, the depletion of biodiversity, and alteration in global weather pattern. So, green energy is a viable option for mitigating the use of fossil fuels and addressing the issue of global warming. Next. It is anticipated that biofuels, including bioethanol, will account for 50% of the overall biofuel production by 2050. The bioethanol fuel demand has seen increasing significantly. Many nations involved that like United States, Brazil, the European Union, India, and China have undertaken some initiative to, diversify fossil fuel usage. We can see from this figure that there are two nations are responsible for 61% of the overall bioethanol production. United States account for 55% of this output. Brazil follows with 26% share. The European Union contributes to 5% of the global bioethanol production. China and Canada holds 3% and 2% of the market share respectively. Next. As we know that bioethanol can be blended into gasoline for use in a small automobile, either on its own or in a specific ratio for enhanced octane number. Compared to gasoline, bioethanol has a higher octane number and oxygen content. It sustains greener combustion and minimize pollution and gas emission. It also can address climate change, enhance the availability of energy, and foster local economic development. So the advancement of bioethanol production is crucial for renewable energy approach. Next. Next. Yeah, lignocellulosic biomass contains polymer, including cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. So it is a complicated structure and has a significant defense against decomposition. Lignocellulosic biomass can be categorized into 4 groups: hardwood, softwood, crop residues, and grasses. Annually, billion tons of animal residues are produced from agriculture activity globally. But a significant portion of this kind of material are wasted and incinerated. However, this kind of material can be converted to become the value-added products such as bioethanol. So there are many kinds of biomass that can be used to produce bioethanol, like sodas, bamboo, sugarcane bagasse, corn cob, corn stopper, pineapple leaf, banana waste, white straw, rice waste, cotton stalk, and empty fruit bun of palm oil. Next. Next. Okay, thank you. Yeah, lignocellulosic biomass consists of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. We can see from this figure that the cellulose is a major part of a plant cell wall of about 25 to 60%, hemicellulose of about 3 to 30%, and lignin of about 9 to 30%. Next. Goes to the next slide, please. Thank you. Sorry, because I did not display myself, so I did. Yeah. Yeah. This is the schematic diagram of bioethanol production from pretreated biomass. There are many kinds of pretreatment that can be used to produce bioethanol, such as mechanical, chemical pretreatment, geochemical pretreatment, and biological pretreatment. This kind of material have been used to remove lignins and enhance the accessibility of cellulose and hemicellulose. The mechanical pretreatments are slicing, milling, crushing, grinding, and extrusion. For chemical pretreatment, use acids, alkaline, ionic liquids and organic solvent. For physiochemical pretreatment involve hydrothermal, liquid hot water, steam explosion, ammonia fiber explosion, ammonia recycling percolation. And biological pretreatment use fungi and bacterial as a microorganism. The effective pretreatment improve sugar conversion and prevent byproduct formation that inhibit enzymatic hydrolysis and fermentation. The efficient pretreatment should offer the energy efficiency, the less formation of inhibitor, the first preservation of cellulose and hemicellulose, and lower time consumption. Next. So the pretreatment objective are to effectively destroy the complex structure of lignocellulosic biomass, to decrease the degree of polymerization, to reduce crystalline structure, and to enhance the lignocellulosic specific surface area. About 20% of the expenses in producing cellulosic bioethanol comes from pretreatment procedure. Next. This is the effect of pretreatment on biomass structure. We can see that after pretreatment, lignin is separated from cellulose and hemicellulose. Then cellulose and hemicellulose can be processed to become simple sugar by enzymatic hydrolysis, and then the sugar can be fermented to become bioethanol. Pretreatment remove lignin and destroy the composition of biomass, and it also remove uronic acid from hemicellulose and the acetylation. Next. This is our previous research using banana stem sample. We use untreated, we use potassium hydroxide, so we call as the alkaline pretreatment, and we also use combination of alkaline with the microwave. We can see from this figure that figure A, so that the surface of untreated material is rigidly compact and robust. The matrix material had begun to degrade with the alkaline pretreatment, and the combined alkaline microwave assist pretreatment constantly increase fibrillation. So the structural change increase the available area of contact for enzyme action. So after in figure D, after enzymatic hydrolysis, the cellulose composition indicates much more porous fibers. Next. Similar result also be observed for rice material. We use hydrogen peroxide pretreatment and combine hydrogen peroxide and aqueous ammonia pretreatment. We can see from this figure the different structure between this kind of sample. Next. We can see from this table that combined alkaline microwave pretreatment result in the highest increase of cellulose from 50% to become 68%, and hemicellulose from 15% to become 22%. And there is a decrease in lignin percentage from 14% to become 8%. So it can be concluded that the higher temperature and potassium hydroxide concentration increase the cellulose content from each process. And the penetration of microwave microwave beams on banana stem, and the subsequent vibration induce the higher temperature and makes that thermal pretreatment destroy the structure of lignin. Okay, next. This is the calculated parameter values for kinetics of pretreatment that we use. So we can see that the combined alkaline microwave pretreatment has a lower activation energy than alkaline pretreatment. Next. Next. And we also, okay. Yeah, we go to the next slide that I would like to show you. Our activation energy is lower than other studies. So hydrolysis can be divided to become two kind of hydrolysis, and cellulose can be converted into fermentable sugar by using hydrolysis. Next. And we also compare the activity of crude cellulose enzyme of Aspergillus species. Next. Yeah, we can see from this figure that this is the effect of hydrolysis time on the sugar concentration. Yeah, the sugar concentration has increased sharply from the beginning to 10 hours. However, the increase slows from 10 to 25 hours because of the cellulose enzyme activity altering the moderate phase and depletion. So there is a constant value of sugar concentration after 10 hours of hydrolysis time. Yes, next. Next. We also calculate the reaction rates using the Michaelis-Menten kinetic model, and we found the value of Michaelis contents and the maximum rates. Next. Next. Next, please. Yeah, this is the fermentation. Yeah, as we know that fermentation is for the conversion of glucose into ethanol by using Saccharomyces cerevisiae as microorganism. Where the temperature usually 30 degrees, and we use distillation process for purification to obtain the higher purity of bioethanol. In this slide, we can see that, next, next, I already talked about this, next please. Yeah, there are hydrolysis and fermentation types that we see that hydrolysis, separate hydrolysis and fermentation, simultan saccharification and fermentation, and the other one. So challenge and future perspective technological. Yeah, next slide, next slide, please. Yeah, this is a conventional process for producing bioethanol from biomass. We can see that we need 2 reactors in this process. And we also use distillation process. This is a highly cost. We compare with the intensification process for next slide, please. Next slide, please. Intensification process, we can use simultan saccharification fermentation. So hydrolysis and fermentation was conducted in one reactor. However, in this kind of process, we still use distillation column. Next, but in this kind of intensification process, we don't need to use distillation column. However, we use membrane reactor into fermenter. Okay, next, next, please. Okay, for optimizing the bioethanol production process, we can use CFD, computational fluid dynamic, where the use of CFD, mass transfer and chemical reaction can be established by multi-phase flow system to ensure that there is integration into the CFD. CFD model will provide more prediction of bioethanol production process And considering the rise in computational resources like a computational domain, finer meshes, or maybe multiphysics model can be addressed by using CFD. And I think CFD application for bioethanol production intensification technology is one of the most promising field for studying and advancing. Next. This is a flow diagram for solving a problem using CFD. CFD consists of 3 steps. We call as pre-processing. We build geometry and meshing. And after that, we goes to second step, solving. In solving, we provide physical and chemical data and then determine boundary condition and then numerical process. After that, we got convergence. And then we display the result in post-processing. Next, please. This is our work before we use CFD to model the hydrodynamic process in fermenter. So in the pre-processing step, the geometry we create with space claim where we divide the zone into become 3 cell zones. We call as stationary, rotary 1, and rotary 2. And then for solving, we use a multi-phase model like a Eulerian VOF model, and then viscose model. And for material, we use glucose, water, and air. Next. Post-processing can display result in our research, velocity vector, contour of concentration, and so on. However, CFD simulation should be validated with the experiment. We can go to next slide, please. We can see this is, can you press the button, please? We can see the flow pattern of mixing in the fermenter. This is a fermenter without baffle. Can you press the button? We can see the mixing pattern of this. Every picture. Yeah, please switch on every picture. Okay, next, experimental. The right side is experimental ones. So you should press the right side also. Okay. Okay, that's all. Maybe you just go to the next slide because Okay, thank you. This is the flow mixing pattern. The right side is for experimental, and the left side is for CFD model. So we can compare between experimental and simulation. Okay, next. Yeah, you can see everything. Next, next, just press the button, please. Yes, okay, we can see the flow mixing pattern. Next. This is the baffle with, fermenter with baffle. So there is a difference between the flow pattern of fermenter used with a baffle without baffle. Okay. Yeah, please press the button. Okay, next. Okay, we can see the difference between simulation and experimental data. So, okay, next. Yeah, I think. Okay, that's all. Next. Twice. Okay, that's all right. And this is a velocity vector of mixing between glucose and water for unbaffled fermenter. We can see that there is a gradient of velocity. There is a big gradient of velocity if we use unbaffled fermenter. However, if we use baffled fermenter, this gradient is lower. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this is a baffle fermenter. Next. Sorry, audience, because I can't yeah, control my slide. Yeah, there is someone to help me. So we can also calculate the mixing time of every kind of the geometry. I mean, every kind of the geometry of fermenter. So we can see that from here, unbuffled fermenter needs mixing time lower than buffle. Next. Okay, the significant advance and issues in the current CFD simulation field are the primary objective of the CFD technique is to enhance the hydrodynamic kinetic reaction. So the effect of mixing on bioprocess should be determined first to get the best goal of fundamental issues. And by using highly improved technologies, the entire flow field will be measured more precisely, so we can configure mixing pattern and optimize the reactor and equipment design. Next. The detailed biological kinetics occur in liquid phase during fermentation, so we should get attention for mixing pattern. And maybe we can use user-defined function in CFD to solve the reaction kinetic. And the optimal CFD for bioethanol fermentation is crucial to define material characteristic and also get attention for computational capacity and so on. Next. The primary environmental, technological, and financial issues associated with achieving sustainability in biomass conversion process. So for technology, we have to get some attention in scaling up technology, the availability of treatment and the appropriate infrastructure facilities and the abilities and knowledge to perform tasks effectively and achieve good outcomes. And for financial field, we also get some attention in financial feasibility of scaling up and then allocation of resource for research and development. And also maybe incentive reward from government and financial implication associated with the adoption of ecological safer treatment methods. And the last one, environmental field. For the environmental field, we have to got the standardized assessment and then how the implementation of development of environmentally sustainable technology, and sometimes we lack of comprehensive law. Next, please. Okay, the conclusions are more research is necessary to enhance bioethanol production economic and ecological sustainability by investigating technological advancement in pretreatment, enzymatic hydrolysis, fermentation, and distillation. And changing the genetic of the plant can change the inherent resistance, decrease crystalline structure, and enhance sugar level, and also can change the chemical composition. The utilizing pretreatment are highly efficient, environmentally friendly, cost-effective, and low in energy consumption is consistently advocated. Next. The combination of fuel ethanol processing and the simultaneous manufacture of value-added products may effectively maximize biomass use. And the lignin is produced a significant byproduct. However, this kind of material can be converted to other product. And the last one, CFD application for bioethanol production intensification technology is one of the most promising field to study and advance. That's all my presentation. I will return back to moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you, Professor Novia. What a very interesting presentation. And I believe that some of you maybe want to drop questions, comments, or having a discussion. to Professor Sungko Kim and Professor Novia, but we have one more keynote speakers who already joined us in the Zoom. Hello, Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Ali, are you there? Can I have your
Yes,
words?
I'm here. Yes,
Hello.
can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Already join us, Miss Henny?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you clearly. Can you show your camera? Okay.
Okay, let me just, okay, just a sec. Can I share the slides? Is it possible?
Yeah, but maybe I would like to introduce you to all the audience here and also in Zoom. Dr. Hafiz, are you there in Saudi Arabia? What time is it now over there?
This is at the moment 7 o'clock morning, right? So my regards from Tehran, Saudi Arabia right now to all of you. Unfortunately, due to some health issues, I couldn't join today, but I hope that all is going well. So thank you, please.
Okay. Before you are getting you to your presentation, I would like to introduce you to all the audience. Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Ali is currently working as an associate professor of mechanical engineering at the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Saudi Arabia. His fields of research are thermal sciences and heat transfer, with focus on electronic cooling, condensation, nanofluids, heat transfer devices, and thermal management. Over the span of several years, he supervised numerous undergraduate and postgraduate students, and his work produced more than 350 papers, featured in various reputed international journals. He got 11 books, and his age index is 76. Oh, wonderful. He has participated at several international national conferences as an invited speaker and delivered various keynote talks, including today in Siceto 2023. And this is the time for us to hear your inside talk, and we would like to allow you to have your 30 minutes starting from right now. Please, Dr.
Thank you
Hafiz.
very much. Okay, just let me share my slides first. Okay, so let me know if you can see my slides clearly, and then I can start.
Okay.
I just shared, so can you see my slides now?
Yeah, we can see it very clear. Very good. You can. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to present some of my work today. So the title of my talk today, it is Thermal Management of Electronics. We will be discussing some of the active and passive thermal management techniques. Okay, so why we actually use thermal management? Definitely there is I mean, in terms of thermal management, we have many domains to work on. So today I'll be focusing on the thermal management of electronics. Reasonably, small heat flux is, when I say a small heat flux, it would be around 100 watt per centimeter square. So because most of the devices, when we talk about electronics, when they are going to operate at higher temperature. So generally up to 80 or 90 degrees C, the temperature is fine, so devices could work. But if, due to the thermal energy, which is dissipated by these kind of devices, if it is very high, so temperature may reach to a certain limit, and there is a failure of such kind of devices. So most of the time, like 55% electronic devices failure, it is due to the temperature rise. So that is why this is very, very important to control the temperature of these devices in order to put them working at normal conditions. So now we see that due to the manufacturing advances, nowadays we have smaller devices with higher productivity. So it means they are going to produce more thermal heat, which must be removed from these devices in order to make them to work normal. So in a way, in order to provide thermal management, we then have different kinds of techniques like active thermal management techniques, generally using a kind of a rotary equipment like pump or a fan. So we could do that conventionally, in most of the microprocessor you have seen, we use air-cooled techniques, but nowadays we are using some liquid cooling techniques as well. So one of the advanced fluids when we talk about, so we may use nanofluids because it may increase the properties, thermal properties of the fluids. And then we have some other techniques which are known as passive thermal management techniques. Generally, passive means that it is not going to use any kind of external device, and we will be using simply natural convection. So this could be done by using some kind of phase change materials. We have metallic forms or heat pipes. My today's talk will be, I'll be giving you some of the, I will be presenting here some of my work related to nanofluids and phase change materials. So let's see. First, I would like to go for active thermal management. Before I could start that, I would like to introduce something about nanofluids. What are nanofluids? Generally, we have simple fluids, as you can say that water, this is one of the simple fluids. So in some applications, we even use water as thermal management fluid. But the problem with water is that it has lower thermal conductivity and some other properties. So by using nanofluids, once we actually introduce some metallic particle or maybe graphene or carbon nanotubes, so we can actually tailor these kind of thermofluidic properties, which are really helpful in order to transfer energy. So we can come up then with mono nanofluids, which are going to contain a single kind of nanoparticles, or we can come up with hybrid nanofluids, which actually contains a combination of different nanoparticles. So as you can see that the properties of nanofluids are important. So here you can see that if we have metals, so the thermal conductivities of these metals are very high. So they are going to definitely impact on the thermal conductivity of base fluid. Okay. So the first important thing is that when we want to prepare nanofluids, so generally we need to find out that what would be the combination of base fluid and nanoparticles. So base fluid could be water, ethylene glycol, oil, or any other kind of fluid generally used. So nanoparticles could be metal or metal oxides, carbon materials, graphene, or there are various types. So first we select them, and then after that, we go for the preparation of nanofluids. So generally, in order to prepare nanofluid, we use two kinds of different processes, one step or two-step process. And after doing that, we will be having nanofluids, and we can then use them for further applications. So this is going to impact on like thermophysical properties of the nanofluids, like thermal conductivity, viscosity of the nanofluids, density, and heat capacity. These are the four important parameters that we are interested in because they are going to directly impact on the Nusselt number that most of the times we are interested in. Okay, so we have a new class of nanofluids, which is known as hybrid nanofluids. So why we go for hybrid nanofluids? Once we have unitary nanofluids. So the reason is that sometimes simple nanofluids with one particle, they might have good thermophysical property, but in terms of stability, they are not good. Okay, so once we use a hybrid nanofluids, so we are going to combine properties of different kinds of nanoparticles to take advantage. For example, maybe one nanoparticle is good for thermal conductivity and the other nanoparticle is good to provide some great stability of the fluid. So in terms of some of the important properties like thermal conductivity, what are the factors which are going to impact on the thermal conductivity? So Of course, the base fluid type and type of nanoparticle, and what would be the particle volume fraction, what is going to be the surface area of these kind of nanoparticles, shape of the nanoparticles, and temperature. These are the important things that actually impact on the thermal conductivity. Similarly, we have viscosity, which is a very important property of fluids when we need to talk about the pumping power or pressure drop. So this is very, very important. So some of the factors which impact on the viscosity, it is again the base fluid type, what would be the particle loading, particle diameter, temperature is of course important, and kind of nanoparticles. The other important property is specific heat, how effectively the fluid is able to absorb energy. So this is an important property. Most of the times when we prepare nanofluid, so we have a couple of models given by Park and Choi and Zon and Rotel that we generally use in order to calculate these kind of properties, or otherwise we can measure them. And density, finally, this is important. So this is a simple formula given by Park and Chu. In most of the applications, we generally use this in order to calculate the density of nanofluids. Okay. Once we prepare nanofluid, what are different kinds of methods that we can use in order to increase the stability of these kind of nanofluids so that they could perform better over a long period of time? So ultrasonification, and we can control the pH of the fluid, and then we can add some kind of surfactants in order to get some kind of uniform, homogenized mixing, particle functionalization and centrifugation, these kind of the things that we can do in order to increase the stability of nanofluids. What are the different factors that are going to impact on the stability of nanofluids? Again, particle size is very important. So that is the reason that we use homogenizer, just to break the particle size to the lowest possible one. What is the morphology of nanoparticle? This is important. The concentration, this could be the volumetric concentration. Sonication period, this is important, and method of nanofluids preparation, is it one-step or two-step method? So these things are important. Okay, in most of the applications, when we go for experimentation, so these are the general tasks that we generally apply for electronics cooling. First, we prepare particles and we measure thermophysical properties. And we go for the experimentation. So in most of the studies which are available, you would see that they are going to follow the same kind of tasks which are presented here. The important task outcomes, we will be measuring performance measurements. Then we decide the application domain in terms of temperature, what would be the maximum temperature. What kind of techniques we are going to employ in order to prepare nanofluids, this is important. And finally, we come up with a mono or hybrid nanofluids combination. Most of the studies, when we go for them, so the important parameters that we need to see, it would be finally, to come up for frictional factor or Nusselt number. Studies, these are the important things. Okay, so three important domains we have in most of the internal flows: laminar, turbulent, and transient convection heat transfer. The important parameters or the type of heat sinks, this is important, or what kind of tubes we are going to use. So these things are very important when we are going to plan a study. I'll be presenting here that what are the different challenges when we generally go for the experimentation. So first thing, to come up with a complex geometry. So nowadays, because additive manufacturing techniques are there, so we can come up with better heat sinks. And then the assembly of heat sinks, this is important for experimentation because we need to insert thermocouples, different flow meters, pressure transducers. So the accuracy of these equipments, the locations, these things are very, very important when you're going to perform some experimentation. and of course, the fabrication of experimental setup. And before we start experiments, we need to provide some validation with the given our already published experimental results or some theories. So here I am going to present some of our works which we performed on 3 different kinds of geometry by using 3 different nanoparticles: ferrous oxide, titanium oxide, and silicon oxide. We used them as single particle and also used their different combinations. So I'll be presenting them here. Okay, here you can see that geometry we selected. These are not simple pin tubes, and the reason is that we have different studies where you can see that the impact of geometry on the flow is very, very important. So especially, you know, when we have these kind of geometries here, the flow completely, you know, it is going to surround the elliptical type of pin. So that is why we have selected this. So we performed 3 different studies. In the first study, we used simple nanofluids made by Fe2O3 and TiO2, and we tested experimentally in order to get different parameters like thermal resistance, Nusselt number, and pumping power at different Reynolds number and heating powers. And then in second study, we used a combination of nanoparticles just to prepare a hybrid nanofluid. So 3 different combination by mass, 25 and 75% of particles, 50% and 25% of ferrous oxide and silicon oxide particles combination. These were used. And in order to compare them, finally, we performed a third study where we just used distilled water to get the important things like Nusselt number, overall performance, and pumping power. Okay, this is the preparation method. How do we prepare the nanoparticles or nanofluids? So we first of all load the particles into the base fluid, then we go for magnetic stirring for 30 minutes at 1100 RPM. After that, we use homogenization with the help of a high, equipment for 5 minutes at 8400 RPM. Then we go for sonication for 3 hours at 40 kilohertz, and we get nanofluids. Once, this is a schematic of experimental setup. Here you can see the most important thing is the heat sink we are going to test, and the other important things are shown here for most of the experimentations. These are the manufactured heat sinks with 3 different kinds of combinations. Inline here, this is inline, staggered, or another combination. So once this is the experimental setup during the experimentation. So you would see that all around the world, those who are actually engaged in these kind of experimentation. So more or less the similar kind of setup is going to be used. Calibration of the equipment or different sensors. This is very, very important because sometimes the temperature increase is so small that if your calibration is not good, so this is not going to give you the rate of heat transfer. So this is something which is highly technical, and we need to be very careful when we perform these kind of experimentations. Okay, so here you can see different samples of nanofluids that were prepared. So just to show 2 different pictures are shown here for different pairs, just to show that after 12 hours, the stability of nanoparticles is not going to be disturbed. So the method we use, this is good enough to perform the experimentation. So here you see that first of all, we always perform, the validation of the setup. So we use 3 different correlations already available by Corsair et al., Pressure et al., and Tullius in order to see the accuracy. So this kind of work always is done in order to make sure that your equipment is good enough. After that, here you can see that during our first study, when we used ferrous oxide nanoparticles, so here you can see that the Nusselt number by using simple nanofluids at 0.01 volume percent concentration, they are going to perform better comparing to the simple water at different power rates, 25 watt, 40 watt, and 55 watt. Similarly, we use in study one titanium oxide based water nanofluids, and here you can again see that they are going to, provide better Nusselt number comparing to the simple water. So in terms of the enhancement that we generally have by using these nanofluids over the simple water. So for the case of ferric oxide, you see that this is quite amazing. Almost 16% more enhancement in the cell number was found comparing to the simple water. Okay, what are the other important things that we must have to consider when you are going to decide about nanofluids? So of course, there is a trade-off. By using nanofluids, we can increase Nusselt number and we can reduce base temperature, which is one of the main tasks to make the electronics work well. But of course, once you are going for nanofluids, so the cost is very important, and because it is going to be increased. At the moment, no commercial nanofluids are available, so that is why cost is one of the main issue, and pumping power. So that is why to check pumping power it is very important. So here you can see that we have for the study one, the pumping power, as you see that we go for a higher Reynolds number. So the pumping power becomes more comparing to the simple water. Okay, so this is evident for both the nanofluids we used. And after that, here you can see that the impact of temperature or the impact of power, actually, this is also evident on the pumping power. So pumping power, here you can see that it increases as we are going to increase the power as well. Okay. And for study two, we went for a hybrid combination. As I already said that we use three different combinations, 25, 75%, 50, 50, and 75, 25% of different nanoparticle. So here you can see that both of them are going to give better enhancements comparing to simple water. So here you see that the enhancements are really high when we use a combination of 50%, 50% at 0.015 volume concentration. So it means once we go for the hybrid combination, so it is very important that what would be the ratio, okay? Ratio of different nanoparticles. We must have to be very careful. It's not a random thing. So we have to test that what kind of different nanoparticles we are going to use. And accordingly, we need to decide their different concentration. Again, even the hybrid nanoparticles, you can see that pumping power again, it is going to be increased comparing to the water, which is one of the important thing. And finally, when we generally compare these different geometries, so which geometry was outperforming? So here you can see that inline geometry, it was giving the higher Nusselt number. There are various reasons. The first reason may be in terms of area. So available area for these three different geometries was same, but it is more about the flow of the fluid. So once we have inline geometry, so maybe for the laminar regime, the flow of the fluid was actually in a better contact with these kind of pins. So that is why this is the reason that Nusselt number was increased. Finally, we compare the overall performance. So what do you mean by overall performance? This is heat transfer rate divided by the pumping power, just to see that when we increase the pumping power, and is it really beneficial that going for a higher pumping power when we get a higher heat transfer rate. So here you can see at a smaller Reynolds number, so heat transfer rates are really, really high, and it means the pumping power, this would be an issue, but not that much when we compare that with the heat transfer rates, right? There is another study, which is the experimental study. I would be actually skipping that because I would like to present something on the passive thermal management, and just due to the time shortage, I think I need to move on. So Okay, when we go for the passive thermal management, what does that mean? Passive means that we are not going to use any kind of active system like the nanofluids with the help of a pump. They are running through the heat sinks. In the passive thermal management, we generally go for the simple things like phase change materials, which are able to absorb energy. So the significance of some of the studies, we want to find out the most effective passive cooling systems for electronic components by using some new phase change materials. Okay, some of the objectives that we do have during most of the studies, this is the characterization and rheology of the PCMs, experimental analysis for numerical models, we can talk about them, and then the validation of the experimental setup, it is again important. So here you see that phase change materials, these are different materials that have high heat of fusion that can be stored and released. So one of the important effect in thermal management would be that when a material is going to be melted, so it means it can actually stop the temperature at a certain level. For example, if there is a PCM like paraffin wax, which is going to melt at 40 degrees C. So as long as it is melting, so temperature will be sustained at 40 degrees C. So your electronics temperature that can be controlled. This is the reason. So here you can see a simple curve for a phase change material. So we have solid phase. During that, sensible heat will be provided to the phase change material. After that, we have melting or freezing zone, which uses latent heat. And after that, once we have complete liquid, it will be again using sensible heat. So most of the time, we want to take advantage of this latent heat when we go for passive thermal management. So there are various different types of PCMs like organic PCMs, inorganic, eutectic PCMs. So for various different applications, we can decide different PCMs. When we talk about thermal management of electronics at low heat flux, so we generally go for paraffin wax. But when you need to go for high temperature, applications, we generally go for salt hydrates. Okay, so it depends upon what kind of application we are talking about. So for electronics, most of the time, as I said, that mostly we go for organic PCM. From the literature, we see that 81% of the studies, they are coming from the organic PCMs and 15% inorganic PCMs. Okay, so when we talk about organic PCMs, so mostly paraffin wax, almost 79% of the studies are coming from the paraffin wax. Okay, some other important applications of PCMs generally, this could be the building applications, the heat pipes, solar applications, or thermal energy storage, which is out of scope of this presentation. Okay, so one of the problems that we have for phase change materials, this is the low thermal conductivity of phase change materials. Many phase change materials, their thermal conductivity is almost less than 1 watt per meter Kelvin. So it makes them extremely, sometimes it becomes difficult, to dissipate heat. Okay, so how we can manage these things? So we can go for internal fins in order to increase thermal conductivity of PCMs, or we can add some nanoparticles, or we can add some metallic foams in order to increase the average thermal conductivity of the system. Here I will be presenting some of the work that we recently performed by using two different kinds of phase change materials, pure temp 58 PT58 and PEG, which is polyethylene glycol 6000. And we used the heat sinks, which is made by aluminum. We went for experimentation, and then we went for numerical study in order to see the different contours of temperature and things. So once we performed experimentation, the important thing to see that what was the melting and freezing temperature. So here you can see that we have done differential scanning calorimetry in order to see the melting and freezing temperature. Similarly, for PT58, we performed exothermic analysis in order to see the freezing temperature, because these things are very important when we go for phase change. So also the viscosity, it is very important. So we measured viscosity by using Anton per MCR 702 rheometer. So here we can see that after a certain shear rate, the viscosity almost becomes constant, which is very important for different applications. Okay, so here you see that when we performed our experimentation or numerical studies, these are the different important parameters: melting temperature, solidification, latent heat of different PCMs, thermal conductivity. So these values can be used for some kind of numerical studies as well. So experimental setup, this is a simple schematic of experimental setup, and this is the real experimental setup that we used in order to get the trends of these kind of heat sinks. So here you can see that like once we provide a 3-watt input power, so generally this is how the temperature is increasing. So for the case of PG 6000, almost after 2 hours, the temperature reached almost to 50 degrees C. And for PT 56, also after 2 hours, you can see that almost we are about a little less than 50 degrees C. So it means by using these kind of PCMs, we can control temperature. We then went for the numerical modeling. So numerical modeling used pin-fins 2-dimensional modeling. So here are some of the assumptions that we have adopted during numerical study. The most important thing is a Boolean approximation we adopted during this numerical modeling. And these are the CFT program and sysfluent that we have used. Double precision finite volume technique was used, and melting solidification model, pressure base. So these are important things that we selected during the numerical modeling. Grid independence, it is important. So we have done that in order to see that by changing the size of grid, what would be the impact on accuracy. So this was good. Then time independency analysis, this has been presented. Okay, so after doing all that, these were the initial and boundary conditions that we applied to the heat sinks. So generally, the sides were considered as adiabatic, and heat flux was provided from the bottom. On the top, we just considered the natural heat convection, and then we performed the numerical modeling. Here you can see that once we compare the numerical model with the other published studies, so it was in a very good agreement. And then we compared that with our own experimentation. So this was giving a good agreement. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is okay now. Continue, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in terms of like when we have phase change material, so there are some important things that I would like to present. Without phase change material, you see that when we have a simple heat sinks, so the temperature after time, it increases, too quickly. For example, here you can see that when we have a simple heat sinks without phase change material, after 1 hour, the temperature reaches to 450 Kelvin, which is very high for different electronic devices. But when we use the PCM, so you can see that considerably temperature can be controlled. So the rise of temperature after 1 hour, you can see, for example, 3 millimeter fin heat sink with PT58, the temperature rise after 1 hour, this is only 4%, right? So this is one of the attractive feature that we want to use in order to get for thermal management. Here you can see the impact of the thickness. For example, when we have different fins, we are going to use in the heat sinks. So the impact of thickness, this is very important. We checked it. And then the impact of thickness for PT58, this was checked. Some important things that I would really like to present here, this is the time, the time to reach to a certain melting temperature under different heat loads, 5 watt to 8 watt. So you see that when we have like 2 millimeter and 3 millimeter heat sinks with PT58, so after 3600 second, which is almost 1 hour, so you see only 90% of PCM was melted. And for the case of 3 millimeter heat sinks, only after 1 hour, only 53.5% phase change material was melted, which shows that it has good potential to control the temperature over a certain time. So some of the liquid fraction contours are shown here. So you can see that, for example, from 20 minute to 40 minute, for the case of PEG 6000, only 53% material was melted. Similarly, for PEG 600, only 50% material was melted after time. For PT58, you can see that after 20 minutes, the melting of the material was almost 74%. For 2 millimeter and 3 millimeter sink, for 20 minutes, the melting fraction was 58%, which was very high. Okay, so the temperature contours, especially depending upon the temperature. So here you can see that from 40, from 40 minutes to 60 minutes. So temperature rise for the case of PEG 6000 was almost 30 degrees Celsius. Similarly, for the case of 3 millimeter, it was almost 24.74 degrees Celsius. When we talk about PT58, so again, the temperature rise for the 3 millimeter heat sinks after 40 minutes, 60 minutes, this was just 3.64 degrees Celsius, which shows the potential of 3 millimeter heat sinks. It is the most promising when we compare these two different kinds of so here there is a comparison that how good, the base temperature could be controlled when we talk about different powers. Like here you can see that when we are just talking about a power of 8 watt, so the best geometry, it was the 3 millimeter heat sinks with PT58, because this was giving us the least base temperature, which is good for the devices. But here you can see that after a certain time, for example, here almost 2500 second, temperature again starts increasing, which is not a good indication. So it shows that when we are going to use phase change material, so the cooling of phase change material, it is also very important to maintain temperature. We cannot... Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I think I am still in time, right? If it is going to be over, just let me know. I will quickly, wrap up my slides. Okay,
we give you extra time for 5 minutes, Dr. Hafiz.
Oh, I see. I'm just, quickly wrapping up now. Okay, so here one thing which is very important, we set a temperature, which is a set point temperature. So set point temperature is generally for different electronics, which is a danger temperature most of the time. So for PT58, we set a set point temperature, which is 65 degrees C. And for PT1000, this is 70 degrees C. So this is how much time, taken by different heat sinks in order to reach to a certain temperature. So here you can see that as we keep on increasing the power, so the time to reach a set point temperature, it decreases. So it means it is decided accordingly. Okay, so now as I just presented two different case studies here, although there are so many things which due to the time, limitations, I couldn't present here. But in terms of conclusion, what we have so far in terms of active and passive techniques. So active and passive techniques so far are really good to provide thermal management to electronics as long as we are considering current technologies. But because over the time, the efficient systems are going to be introduced. So of course, we must have to keep doing more work in order to provide better thermal management for high heat flux systems. As long as we talk about nanofluids, so they can be considered as potential candidate for electronics cooling. However, the preparation of nanofluids, this is very important task because sedimentation, it is most of the times it could be observed. The stability is not good sometimes. So the method to prepare these nanofluids is very important. And then, of course, pressure drop when we are going to use these kind of nanoparticles, it increases, which means that pumping power, this is always a challenging parameter, especially when we talk about some data centers, where we are going to use these kind of nanofluids. In terms of passive thermal management, although phase change materials are good to control temperature near a constant value, especially during melting, but the problem for phase change materials is thermal conductivity. Okay, so we need to go for these kind of methods to increase the thermal conductivity of phase change material so that the discharge rate could be increased. What are the future directions that we may consider? So more work is required to develop thermophysical property models for nanofluids. Better stability of hybrid nanofluids will play a vital role for commercialization of this technology and to improve thermal conductivity of phase change materials by using different combinations like different metallic fins or metal foams, nanoparticles, and this must have to be further investigated. Similarly, the stability of phase change materials, especially when we go for cyclic loading, it needs to be given due attention at the moment because we have very less studies which tells us that a phase change material, how long it could contribute if it goes through the cyclic loading. And finally, what my understanding is so far after performing a lot of work on these kind of thermal management technique, that we must have to go for hybrid systems, which uses kind of passive and active cooling arrangements together in order to optimize the thermal management system. This could be the best thing. And we need to start thinking about that for the better thermal management system. Some of the references, and thank you very much for your attention and bearing me. This is my email, and I would really like to receive your questions or anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Dr. Hafiz Ali from King Fahd University. And please stand by on your position because we are getting entered to the discussion session. And I believe some of you who attend the conference here in the Zurich and also in connected online, having a lot of questions or comments relating to the topics delivered by Professor Sungku Kim, Professor Novia, and Dr. Hafiz Ali. We are allowing you to drop the questions directly. The commenter, the Siceto commenter, please. About for the audience who wants to give comments or questions, curious about the three panels, okay? Malik, please help the microphone over there. And also we would like to answer and deliver questions dropping online also. And coming to my desk. Please kindly to introduce yourself and your institution.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning. I'm Arius. I doctoral student dari Engineering Faculty Sriwijaya University.
Okay.
I want to ask to Prof. Sungku, from South Korea. I'm sorry, Prof. I'm bad speak English. Okay. My question is, moderator, please nanti mungkin ditranslatekan. Mohon bantuan.
Okay, Wanipiro. Go ahead, Arius. We got a lot of English speaker here.
Oke, Prof, sedikit saja tadi penelitiannya, your research is good, past presentation. Oke, I want Prof, bagaimana untuk mendapatkan novelty dari berbagai riset sebelumnya. Jadi untuk mendapatkan atau biar mudah mendapatkan kebaharuan dari penelitian-penelitian sebelumnya, itu triknya bagaimana, Prof? I'm sorry.
Okay.
My question in Indonesian. Thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Arius, thank you very much. We got the one question, but we are accepting two more questions, and also from the Zoom and other. Do we have any? Okay. You may also raise hand icons also to deliver your question directly, or you can drop it down in the chat room. We do also have a question from Gaitza Zahira also in the chat room. And another question is coming from the audience here in Zurich. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so first, thank you to all of our keynote speakers that already presented the remarkable presentations. I'm Andania Putri Zahra from Sriwijaya University, majoring in Chemical Engineering batch 2021. I want to ask a question to Professor Novia. So, in terms of global energy and climate goals, what role can bioethanol and biomass play in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting renewable energy sources? I think that's all of my questions.
Thank you, Andania, directing to Professor Novia. And also we are we're accepting one more question from Professor Gunawan. Please rise.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Lely. My name is Gunawan from Mechanical Engineering. I will also to thank for all keynote speaker for very interesting speech. My question will be addressed to Prof. Novia, sorry. From our experience, we have a little experience on using ethanol for ICE, internal combustion engine, and we have some presentation of blending fuel, start from maybe 10, 15, or even we also success to use ethanol, this kind of fuel up to 100%. So in our experience, we are facing many still questionable performance in using of this kind of fuel, including we cannot use this kind of fuel directly to the commercial vehicle. We must modify, especially for compression ratio. For a common vehicle, usually 10 or 11 compression ratio, but once we will use this bioethanol or ethanol maybe, we never use bio because we got from commercial market. We must increase the compression ratio up to sometimes 70%. And this is the problem. Once we increase the compression ratio, which means we need to use more powerful material of this component. This is the first problem, which I want to say that we still facing this kind of problem. The second problem is when we are using this ethanol, the power is seems that lower than other commercial fuel. So my question is, how far actually we are in Indonesia ready to use this fuel? Is it what we call maybe from few of bioethanol research, or maybe from application in real commercial vehicle? Because this is very interesting when we are using this kind of fuel. Okay, maybe can I have another one question, please?
Okay.
Okay, my second question will be addressed to Dr. Hafiz.
Okay.
I'm really interested with this what we call thermal management and electronic devices. Is it possible, as you mentioned before in your presentation, that we can use what we call metallic foam? Is it possible, reliable to use metallic foam to use as thermal management in electronic devices? As we know that once we are using metallic foam, flowing that flowing fluid inside, we will facing very difficult or complicated problem inside the this metallic foam. Maybe you can insight us about this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Gunawan. And for the first session in Q&A session, we would like to also read the questions directed to Professor Kim. The question is coming from Gaitsa Zahira Safa. I have a question for Professor Kim. How does the algorithm handle unexpected changes or errors in the construction process that may affect rebar cutting and usage? Okay, the first question. Another question, I repeat the question coming from Mr. Arius down there. He appreciates your research, but he asking about how to novelties can you generate from your previous work or previous research? How can you elaborate? How can you explain about the novelties of your work? Novelties. Okay, please.
First question is about when we can use this algorithm, right?
Yeah, the algorithm handle unexpected changes or errors.
Unexpected changes.
And errors.
Yeah, in that case, when you have any revision, then we have to rerun this algorithm. Sure, have to. We cannot use this algorithm like just slightly modify the drawings. We have to rerun. For example, okay, just you change the reinforcement detail in maybe for several columns. Then you can rerun what this algorithm with those 3 columns right away. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one?
About the novelties of your work, the novelties.
Yeah, got it. You know, actually, we started to develop some algorithm to reduce rebar cutting waste only. But after we conducted our research, then we found out that when we provide a less number of splices for reinforcement work, then we can save a lot of rebar usage, which means just providing number of splices that will generate what more requirement for riba usage. So after develop our algorithm, then we found out, oh, we can save what significantly, reduce the riba usage, more than 10% like that, which means the one is splicing the riba need more, usage of riba. So finally, you better use a very long riba without less, a number of riba splicing. But in that case, many engineers or other students ask me like this question. Then how can I handle very long riba? It's quite easy. Just use some scaffolding or some tools. Just fabricate all the riba on the floor. Then by using crane, just install. Actually, I'm not sure they can use in maybe a very poor country, but normally, even in Indonesia, the way of construction is already capitalized. They use crane, tower crane, or mobile crane, many cranes. So just prepare fabricate all the very, very long lever, then just put into the position. Then you can solve the issues. Then you can get more productivity.
More productivity. Okay. Focusing. It's about the focusing something. Okay, the next question is coming from Andania. Professor Novia would like to answer, and I believe that you write down the questions clearly, so I don't need to repeat it. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Maybe your question is about how to reduce gas emission from bioethanol fuel. Is that like, okay. Yeah, because the raw material of bioethanol comes from biomass, and we know that this kind of this material doesn't contain sulfur or other kind of material that can cause the pollutant like SOx, NOx, and so on. So I think this kind of bioethanol can can sustain the greener combustion compared to than other kind of fuels. That's my point. Is that clear, or you have another question? Okay, thank you. And
the next question from
Mr.
Gunawan.
Next question from Gunawan. Thanks. That's also my question. Yeah. We have to modify the vehicle if we would like to use the bioethanol as a fuel. So maybe I think the best option is we blend the bioethanol into gasoline at the moment. So this it is depends on our government policy, I think. That's all the point. And I agree with you that bioethanol must be modified in the engine, and also maybe the other one. Using ethanol, the power is lower. So how Indonesia use this kind of fuel? Yeah, we still have, maybe because of we still have the other option of fossil fuels. So we don't try to use this kind of biofuel. I think like that. However, biodiesel is successful in using in Indonesia, I think. So next biofuel is, I'm sure that bioethanol. Okay.
Waiting for enforcement.
That's all? Yeah, I think we are waiting for government policy. Okay, that's all.
Need to push down.
Thank you.
Okay, another question from Mr. Gunawan is directed to Dr. Hafiz. Have you already listened to the question? Is something to do about methanic form in the thermal management system? Please.
Right. Yes, I got the question. So thank you. This was a very good question, actually. So generally, these metallic foams, we are already using them for passive thermal management systems because they are very good, especially when we talk about phase change materials. So it can be embedded well within these kind of, metal foams. So in order to increase the effective thermal conductivity of these kind of passive systems, we are already using them. So there are many different classes made from different materials. So when we go to select these kind of metal foams, the important things that we need to consider is that what would be the porosity of these metallic foam we are talking about, and then what is going to be the pore density, especially in terms of pores per inch. So this is an important parameter we need to look into it, and pore size. Okay, so as your question was, if I correctly understood, it was about active thermal management. So still these kind of metallic foams, they have some limitations for active thermal management, which is mainly the pore size, because most of the available materials, these metallic foams, the pore diameter or size, it is very small, almost 1.3 to less than 3 millimeter. So if we have like a laminar flow regime in which the fluid Reynolds number is not that high, so maybe this is good. But generally when we go for forced convection, so the Reynolds number is very high. So then of course by using these kinds of foams, it may produce a lot of pressure drop. So mostly I didn't find any application of these kind of metallic foams for active thermal management, but of course we are using it already for passive thermal management. I hope that this answers your question. So you're most welcome if you would like to discuss more. So you can write me directly and we can discuss more about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof, Dr. Hafiz Ali already answered the question in online. The question coming from Jordi Lorenzo is something to do with a product out of this cooling system. What kind of PCM recommended by Dr. Hafiz Ali, and Dr. Hafiz Ali already answered the questions clearly in the chat room, but I would like to read it. The selection of PCM strictly depends on the temperature we are interested in, and also it depends on the commercial availability. But from our experience of for low temperature application up to 90 centigrade, we have good paraffin classes available to be considered. And you are more than welcome to write directly for more insight. Yeah. Dr. Hafiz, do you have any additional information related to the question from Jordi, please?
I mean, generally, as I wrote that, it depends on that what would be the temperature we are talking about, because these different phase change materials, they have different melting temperature. For example, when we are talking about low temperatures, like up to 90 degrees C, so paraffin wax, this is the most suitable phase change material. And by experimentation, we have seen that this is going to provide better thermal management. But of course, when we go for a high temperature applications, for example, the solar concentrated, systems, there we need a phase change material which melts at almost 1200 degrees C. So the selection of phase change material, then there we need to use some metallic phase change material, some metals, which are going to melt at like zirconium, which is going to melt at a high temperature. So the selection purely depends upon that what is the application and temperature range. Okay. So
okay,
this is, thank you.
Thank you. And this is a last question coming from Ahmad Martadinata. Thank you. I think the question is directed to the three of the speakers. Maybe he wants to ask about the advantage of your specific research related to rebar, what we call that, near zero cutting rebar waste, and also about the bioethanol enhancement and about the thermal management. The question about what is the advantage of the research directly to the people? Okay, please, from Prof. Kim first, and continue to Prof. Novia.
Of course, we can save money because we can use less LIBA using my algorithm. And even, when you work for reinforcement work, then sure, we have rebar cutting waste, a lot of rebar cutting waste.
Yeah.
But by using my algorithm, they can generate the rebar waste less than 1%.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
This is the advantage.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kim, and continue to Professor Novia.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that more research is important to enhance the bioethanol production, economic and ecological sustainability by finding the another technological advancement in all of the process for producing bioethanol. And I think that bioethanol, I'm sure that bioethanol is one of most kind of the biofuel that produce cleaner product. That's all. And I think that to optimize the bioethanol production, we can use CFD package like ANSYS. That's all.
Okay. And when if we have to go back to the Siceto team, towards smart and sustainable in technology and engineering, I believe that the technology and the algorithm and the technology offered by Professor Kim and Professor Novia is already offering the sustainable mechanism and engineering delivered from their research. And also the closing remark also from Dr. Hafiz relating to the smart technology you're offering related to the what we call it, thermal management. What is the benefit for of the research to people, common people, please?
Thing is that the thermal management, this is now very important, and in various domains of life, we need thermal management, especially the laptops we are using at the moment, just sitting in front of you, and the mobiles we have in our pockets, they all are using these kind of thermal management. Over the time, we know that the processing speed is going to be increased. We have higher RAMs coming every day. So there are more challenges because technology is going to be more compact. And these kind of thermal management systems, the conventional systems, we wouldn't be able to use these kind of conventional systems now. So we have to come with smart scientific systems. So I think thermal management, this is all about to see that how rapidly there is a growth of technology. And accordingly, we must have to come up with some solutions which could meet the current requirements and futuristic requirements are there. So this is all about, what I could share from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the first plenary session. We have a very wonderful discussion. We have a very interesting and valuable speakers here. We have a lot of insight. Again, on behalf of Siceto Committee and Faculty of Engineering, we thank again for all the speakers, Professor Sungku Kim, Professor Novia, and Dr. Hafiz Ali from Saudi Arabia. Thank you for all making time in your schedule or quite intensive agenda to visit Palembang or to attend this forum. We do appreciate that. And may I thank very much for your active participation in this session. I hope you enjoy the program, enjoying Siceto 2023, and please stay for incoming interesting section ahead. I am Leili signing out, and I'll see you then. Wish you good luck. Enjoy this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you very much for our keynote speakers today. And we would like to take documentation first from Dr. Lili Nurul Komaria as the moderator of the session, Professor Novia, and also Professor Sungku Kim that may take a documentation first. And we would like also for all the participants that can come to the stage because we want to also to take documentation session first.
We also would like to invite Professor Hafiz M. Ali to turn your camera on because we would like to take some documentations. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And also for all the participants here in the ballroom of Zuri Hotel, we would like also to invite you to come to the stage because we want to take documentation session first because we want to catch this moment so that this moment would be so memorable for us in the future also. Okay, maybe the comedies will help you to come to the stage to take documentation for all the participants. Thank you very much. We would like also to inform our online attendees. We kindly request you to turn on your camera and don't forget to use the virtual background because we want to see your smiles that on your face and create a more engaging atmosphere during our Zoom meeting and our today's event in the ballroom of Zuri Hotel Palembang. And we would also like to kindly remind you to don't forget to fill the registration form that has been sent to you through Zoom chat. And for information also, because after this session we will have parallel session, for the presenters or participants who haven't sent the video conference or PowerPoint, kindly may submit your file in the registration table in the front of the lobby.
Once more, to capture our memorable moments together, we kindly invite all of the participants in this ballroom to come forward to the stage to capture the documentation session together.
For all the participants, you may kindly come to the stage, and the seats already served for you to take documentation together because we want to remember this moment, Siceto 2023, as our best moment maybe in life.
All right, because Siceto 2023 is the prestigious event, and also these documentations can be a media for us to recall back our memories here.
Yeah, of course, because it's such a great memory for us to capture the moment together.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please come to the stage and tidy up your line. And don't forget to give your best pose because we would capture this memorable moment together.
For the participants, offline participants who want to come up to the stage, you may also come up to the stage because maybe in the front of the stage there's no any space because we can see in here a lot of participants who are very excited to join this conference, of course, yeah.
Of course. So for the participants, you can kindly go to the stage to feel the behind of the stage first. And we will also like to remind for the online attendees to not forget to turn your camera on and use the virtual background for this documentation session.
Yep. For the online attendees also, don't forget to join this moment because it's such a beautiful moment where we can gather here together, where we can capture moment together. Okay, documentation session is started. For all the participants, okay. You may tidy up your line first. Documentation session start. Okay, maybe we can count 3 to 1 and you can say cheese. 3, 2, 1. Cheese.
All right, let's give your best pose, everyone.
Okay, after the documentation session, photo session, there's also video session, Serlinda. Okay, this time is video. Okay, what kind of video we would make?
Is there any jargon? Nah, sampai ketemu. Siceto ini 2023. Nah.
Lempar-lempar apa? Ngomong apa?
Sukses Siceto.
Success Siceto 2023. Okay.
Ulang-ulang.
See you next year. Okay.
Next Siceto.
Next 2 years.
2 years.
Kalau mau tahun depan Pak Dekan mau ngapa? Okay, Success Siceto 2023. See you next 2 years. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Success Siceto 2023. See you next 2 years. Oh, one more. Belakangnya dada-dada ya.
Repeat again.
Oh, bagus. Siapa namanya, Pak? Pak Dekan ya. Jadi lupa. 1, 2, 3. Success Siceto 2023. See you next in 2025.
Okay, thank you very much for all of the participants who have taken part in our documentation session. Now you may kindly go back to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after hearing the material delivered by today's speaker, of course, a lot of energy is used. Therefore, to recharge our energy, we are going to have lunch together and prayer time. This break is scheduled until 1 p.m. And for virtual audiences, please remain in the room and always pay attention to the committee's direction. Thank you so much and see you again at 1 p.m.
For those who wants to take prayer, you can find the musola from the exit door. You can go straight and you can find the musola in the corner. Thank you.
We would like also to inform you, the participants of this conference, we hope you could come back in this room at 1 p.m. because we also have the door prize session. Maybe you are who lucky today would get the door prize session, the door prize. Okay, don't forget to come back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Sure.
Apa nih? Aku cek mana? Yung, ini cek mana lagu apa ini Ben? Video Ben?
Mana lagu bahasa Inggris boleh? Atau kadang safety induction di looping boleh.
Cek. Perhatian kepada seluruh hadirin, diinformasikan bahwa ada uang yang tercecer. Bagi para hadirin sekalian yang merasa uangnya tercecer, harap segera menghubungi sumber suara sekarang. Iya, untuk nominal uangnya itu sekitar Rp100.000 dan tercecer di tercecer di area dekat kamera yang ada di tengah.
Dek, mic. Oh, ini mic apa? Siapa yang nak nyanyi? Siapa yang pinter nyanyi? Nak nyanyi nyanyi. Tapi bahasa Inggris lagunya. Apa apa? Apa sama. Dia tuh kan nunggu banyak tuh. Oke, bisa bergerak. Ntar dong kesal. Habis dia makan jadi lagi. Matikan di mana? Dari bawah. ini deh, di flicker lagi di flicker deh.
Makanya.
Oh, pindah. Cek, kameramen, standby, acara akan segera dimulai.
The Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 stands as an eminent and highly regarded event, transcending geographical boundaries to bring together a dynamic assembly of intellectual minds and experts from across the academic spectrum. The conference is meticulously crafted to serve as a nexus for academic scientists, pioneering researchers, innovative designers, ambitious students, seasoned technologists, and esteemed subject matter experts all converge to engage in meaningful discourse and collaboration. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 theme towards smart and sustainable innovation in technology and engineering science serve as a guiding beacon for the event. It encapsulates the essence of progress in today's ever-evolving technological landscape, emphasizing the imperative to harness the power of innovation for the betterment of society while ensuring sustainability and responsibility. Sriwijaya International Conference on Engineering and Technology 2023 is not just an academic event, but a dynamic and transformative platform where the convergence of intellect, innovation, and collaborative cultivates a profound impact on the domains of engineering, technology, and science.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found a money for 100 rupiahs. Once more, our committee has found the money for 100 rupiahs. So if you think you lost your money, you can come to our committee right away. Thank you. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, our committee find money with the amount of 100,000 rupiahs. So, if you think you lost your money, you can come to our committee right away. Thank you. Para hadirin yang terhormat, kami menemukan uang sejumlah 100.000 rupiah. Jadi, jika Anda merasa kehilangan uang, Anda bisa datang menemui panitia kami. Terima kasih.
Cek 1, 2, 3. Sini aja, gue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the room of Siceto 2023. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after having lunch together, We hope you are enjoying Siceto 2023 so far. But before we get into our next panel session, we have an exciting part of event coming up.
Door prize session.
Okay, now we're going to get into the door prize session. But before that, we want to thank each and every one of you for being here today in the Zurich Hotel and virtually using the Zoom meeting. Your presence has made this event truly special. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's get into the door prize session because we have some fantastic prizes lined up. In this first door prize session, we have 3 mouses and also 2 headphones as the prizes.
Okay, that's so interesting
Yeah,
for the
of
door prize
course.
session.
So please pay your attention to our instruction. Before we get into the door prize session, first we kindly request you all to stand up.
Okay, we kindly request you all to stand up.
So,
Stand up. You may stand up first. We will give next instruction to you. Okay.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared the lucky draw number underneath of your seat, so you may kindly check it out. So we have prepared some lucky numbers underneath of your seat. Have you found it, everyone?
Okay, have you found the lucky number of yours? If you have found your lucky numbers, you may raise your hand up. Okay.
Show us your number, everyone, if you have found the lucky number in your seat.
Okay, it's interesting, I think. Yep.
All right. It looks like most of you have found the number, isn't it?
Have you found the number? All the participants? Okay. Okay, Zerlinda, I think we should jump right into the drawing session.
All right.
Okay.
All right. It looks like most of you have found the number, so let's get into the door prize session. But before that, I would like to tell the mechanisms of the door prize. So we will draw a random number from a fish bowl, and once your number is mentioned, please raise your hand and also show us your number. Then our committee will come to you right away to confirm the number.
Okay, but before that, we would like to kindly request you to sit in your seat after you found the lucky draw number underneath your seats. Okay. Okay, maybe there's... Okay. Some people still trying to find their lucky number underneath their seats.
That is very okay. Try to find your lucky number first, because who knows that you are the lucky one today to bring 3 mouses and 2 headphones.
Yep. Don't worry, audiences. We will wait for you until you find the lucky draw number underneath your seats. Okay. Should we start right now? Okay. So, the mechanism? Okay.
So I'll repeat the mechanisms once again. So the mechanisms is we will draw a random number from the fishbowl, and we will mention the lucky number or the winner of the door prize session. Once your number is mentioned, please raise your hand and also show us your number. Our committee will come to you right away to confirm the number.
Okay, for the first drawing session, we would like to request Professor Henny Fitriani. You may kindly take a number from the fishbowl. For the audiences, you may pay attention to the professor. Okay. The first number goes to...
All right, let us wait.
Professor Henny already take 3 numbers, and these 3 numbers we will announce it. Okay. The prizes is 3 mouses and also 2 headphones.
So who's lucky enough today to bring 3 mouses and 2 headphones?
Okay, wait, I will.
We will read the number right away, so please be ready.
Maybe the camera to show us. There's no gimmick in here, okay? Okay, Zerlinda,
Alright,
are you
the
ready
lucky
to announce the number?
I'm so ready, of course.
The lucky draw number is 1, 2, 3.
85!
Who got 85 number? 85.
Those who got
85.
Oh,
Okay, our committee will come to you.
Alright, our
Yeah,
committee
you may stay in your seats. Our committee will come to you because the prizes will be shared in the last of the event. The second number, the first number is 85. Second number goes to
Alright, let us see the second lucky number.
second lucky number.
Alright.
Okay, how should we spell it? Okay, okay. Do you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
144.
144.
For those who got number
For the-
144, please raise your hand.
Okay. The number is on our
Alright.
committee.
Alright.
Okay. Alik, yeah. Okay, thank you. The last number for mouse. Who get mouse? Okay. OMG. The third number is ready? 1, 2, 3. 71. Who got 71? Okay. Our committee will come to you. You may kindly stay in your seat. Okay, our committee, maybe Ali or our usher, will come to the winner. You may rise. Okay. Okay.
Alright,
Our committee will come to you.
will come to you to confirm the number.
Okay, maybe for the first 2 more. Okay. Okay, there's 2 more door prize. In the session, we'll get headphones, 2 headphones for 2 numbers.
Alright, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, please pay attention because we will
Second-
draw the number.
Okay, we would like to invite Professor Johnny Aransha to take the number from the fishbowl. Okay. There are already 2 numbers that's taken by Professor Johnny. Okay, thank you. I think. Yeah. Okay, you may see this from the
Let
camera.
us see who's lucky enough to get 2 headphones today.
Okay, the first number who will get the headphones goes to. Oh my god, it's so perfect number.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 100! Perfect number, 100.
100,
Oh.
everyone.
Our cameraman got 100.
Right.
Okay, our committee will come to you.
Alright, let us see the next number.
Okay,
Who's
next
lucky
number.
enough?
For the headphones. Headphones goes to. Oh, there's number for. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 184. 184. Okay. Our committee will come to you. Our committee, please come to the winner. You may stand up, maybe, so that our committee will see you. Okay.
Alright, thank you so much.
Okay. Enough? Okay.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the first round of door prize session. But don't worry, because we still have more prizes, so please stay with us until the end of this conference.
Yep, don't forget to join us until the end of this event because we have the next session of door prizes.
Alright, of course, we
Okay.
still have more prizes like that. Alright, congratulations for all the winner. The prizes will be given at the end of this conference. So please ensure that you still stay with us until the end. Langsung second.
Okay. Okay, before we start our next session, we would like also to remind our online virtual audience to turn your camera on and don't forget use the virtual background that has been sent through the Zoom chat. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this conference. After having a lunch, we are going to continue to the next panel session. The speakers for the second panel sessions are Professor Sahid O. Ajayi from Leeds Beckett University, United Kingdom, and also Professor Mitsunori Ozaki from Kanazawa University, Japan. And of course, this second panel session will be led by Professor Hani Fitriani, who has years of experience in civil engineering and is passionate about structure management and construction engineering management. So, without any further ado, please be invited
Professor Hani Fitriani.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time given to me to be the moderator today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? So our session is about to begin. So this is going to be the second sessions. We have two keynote speakers. So as introduced, my name is Hani Fitriani. So it gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for these sessions. So I'm glad to welcome Professor Sahid Ajayi and also Professor Mitsunori Ozaki to be our keynote speakers today. So we're going to have overall 1 hour and 45 minutes. So you'll be given 35 minutes presentations. And first Professor Sahid and then continue Professor Ozaki, and then it will be continue with the questions and answers. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the CV of Professor Sahid. It's already committee. Would you like to put the CV? So Professor Sahid Ajayi, he is a professor of digital constructions and project management, and also the director of construction informatics and digital enterprise laboratory within the School of Built Environment, Engineering and Computing. His research interests are in building information modeling, sustainable constructions with specific focus on waste management, competency-based modeling and construction informatics, the use of digital technologies such as big data analytics, IoT, and machine learning in constructions. He has published more than 100 scholarly articles and conference papers in these areas. He has published widely in academic and professional journals. He is highly ranked globally in construction waste, demolitions, waste management, embodied energy, sustainability, green building, and information modeling, facilities management, construction industry, among other research topic clusters. He holds a PhD in constructions and architectural management, MSc with distinctions in sustainable architecture and healthy building, and bachelor with the first class honorarium in architecture. Prior to joining the academia, he has worked in various capacities within the construction industry as a design, project architect, and construction project manager. Over the years, he has been involved in various collaborative and multidisciplinary research involving key players within the UK construction industry. So he has a lot of long CV as a professor. He got his professor last year, September 2022, right? Okay. Okay, without further ado, he's going to present with the topic of enhancing productivity and sustainability through BIM-based plugins, a case study about auto BIM carbon diagnostic system. So we give you the time. It's already? You want to be? Yes, you can. Okay. Okay, give us applause to Professor Sahid Ajayi.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you everyone for listening. Can you share the screen, or do I want? Or should I share here? Yeah. I don't know. Can you stop it up? Anyone? Just check. Is it there already? Where is it with you? I don't. Yes, apologies. They are trying to set it up for me, please. All right. Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to be talking about a series of research activities that relate to development of different plugin system to enhance sustainability and productivity of the construction industry. So just as you said, I'm a professor of digital construction and project management at Leeds Beckett University, United Kingdom. And most of my research currently, which are externally funded, they are applied research. Applied research in the sense that we try to solve problems that construction industries, construction companies are having. So, and these are the highlights quite quickly. Go to next, please. So I'm going to start by talking about some highs and lows of the construction industry and how building information modeling is then helping to solve some of the problems in the construction industry along with a plugin system. Then I'm going to showcase some examples of plugin systems that we've developed over the year and the solution that they provide, the problems that they solve. And then I'm going to talk about some gains as well as some challenge of this plugin system. Next, please. Okay. So at Leeds Beckett University, just like I said, I lead the construction informatics and digital enterprise laboratory. So what we do there is to work in collaboration with industry, construction companies and others to understand some of the challenges that they are facing and then provide solution that is going to help them. Next, please. Okay, so some of the eyes, I'm going to start with some of the problems that the construction industry, some of the challenges that the construction industry is having. So one of them is that construction industry, as we all know, is one of the most dangerous industry. in terms of safety, health and safety issue. The number of people that are killed by construction activities are more than the number of people that are killed elsewhere in other industry. And as a result of that, there's need for urgent solution to this problem. And some of the other challenges that the construction industry is facing include the issue of poor collaboration, which leads to series of other problems. There's no standardization in the construction industry compared to like automobile industry. So knowledge transfer is very low. And when you look at the productivity of the construction industry, even profitability is usually less than 1% in the construction industry. This is not compared to any other industry you can think of. This is despite the fact that the construction industry contributes to GDP of every nation. Construction industry employs significant number of people across the world, about 8.6 across the world. If in Indonesia here, I think the figure is about 10% when you look at the number of people that are employed by the construction industry. And most importantly, construction industry supports quality of life by providing facilities for other industry. So this is an industry that is very important, but there are a lot of other challenges. Next slide, please. Next, please. Oh, that yeah. Okay, so some of the other challenges that the construction industry is having, if you look at this image, you see different stakeholders from construction industry that want to collaborate. We are working together, the surveyors, the designer, the quantity surveyor, M&A, and you see how everybody just exchange information. You see how things crosses each other. So this means that there's no centralized way of information sharing in the construction industry. And this contributes to a lot of challenge that is facing the industry. At this time and age, one of the things you're also going to realize is that everybody is moving toward digitalization. The construction industry, when you look at the image to the right in this slide, construction industry is closest to the bottom according to McKinsey Global Institute analysis in terms of digitalization. The least digitalized industry is agriculture, and that is followed by construction industry. This is despite the fact that the world is moving towards digitalization. So this is another challenge that the construction industry is facing. Okay, so one other is when you look at this image, this is what we call, this is a phenomenon that is referred to as over-the-wall syndrome. So this is not my image, so there's credits down there. You see, this is over-the-wall syndrome. This is a phenomenon that happens when people that are meant to be working together are not collaborating adequately. As you can see from the image, you see the marketing, they did the marketing, they get the contract, but instead of them to explain what they want to the designer, they just throw the document to them. So the designer will understand it in different way, then designer will throw it to production engineer. So they will produce it in another way. They design, they produce, they do the prototype, then the manufacturing, they throw it to them as well, they manufacture. What do you see at the end of the day? What you are going to see is that what the client is going to have is not what they think. If you look at that image there, the one to the right, you see that what the client is thinking is entirely different from what the client got ultimately. This is the concept of over-the-wall syndrome that affects the construction industry. Okay, so because of this challenge, in the UK, for instance, there have been a lot of reports that have been constituted by the government, and this happens across other nations as well. I just put examples of the UK, just to look into some of the challenges and how to address them for the construction industry. As far back as 1964, there have been reports into the team relationship and contracts in the construction industry, followed by Latham report in 1994, which also look at the team. How do we make sure that people collaborate more? And Egan report, probably the most popular across the world, is Rethinking Construction. This is another report that looks into the situation of the construction industry up until lately, which was done by Farmer, Modernize or Die. So these are different reports, and what they established are what I've shown earlier, that there's need for a collaborative approach in the construction industry to ensure that everyone works together and there's more collaboration among the stakeholder within the construction industry. So what came out of that as a solution, a potential solution to all this poor collaboration, is the concept of building information modeling. So Professor Kim also mentioned BIM earlier. So building information modeling is aimed to revolutionize the construction industry by ensuring that people work together, people collaborate. There's going to be a single point of truth. If you look at the image that I showed earlier, where people share information and things cross each other, you see this one, we have something that is central, and everybody refer to that. This is what building information modeling is meant to achieve. And this building information modeling is not just about just drawing, it's the process itself. It's about sharing the information, ensuring that everyone works together, ensuring that we have central access to the information. So what do we expect from this? We expect to be enhanced collaboration among the stakeholder. We want there to be integration. We want to modernize, and we want to also solve, most importantly, the productivity challenge that is affecting the construction industry. It is envisioned that with the use of building information modeling, all the challenges are going to be resolved. So have they been resolved? Maybe. Please. So building information modeling is a process, the process through which people collaborate. But this process is not going to happen until we use some software. And I just put this image just to show an array of different software that are used that are BIM compliant. So when we say building information modeling, we are not referring to a particular software, but we are referring to the process that is enabled by software system. Okay, so the question now is BIM achieving what it is meant to achieve? One of the documentation by the UK government is that with the help of BIM and other digital technology, we aim to achieve 33% in cost reduction of construction projects. We want to lower the emission, we want to ensure faster delivery, and we want to improve our export by 50%. These are some of the key things that we want building information modeling to be able to achieve. Whether BIM is achieving that or is not achieving it is subject to debate, but ultimately everyone agrees that with the use of BIM, things have changed in the construction industry. So we have improved collaboration, so we have enhanced visualization. We can visualize things in 3D, we can collaborate with each other, we can look at it in image, even table size image, we can look at it like that. We have some glasses that can help us to visualize construction project as well. So a lot of things have improved with the use of building information modeling. So, however, despite all these improvements, there's still some challenge with building information modeling. One of them is that there is complexity. So not everybody has the knowledge to work in a BIM environment. And there's also non-uniform practices across organizations. If we say we want to have single point of truth, it means the software that I'm going to be using and the software that the other stakeholders are going to be using, they must be able to communicate with each other. And that is why different standards are now in place, like the IFC. But despite that, there are still, what we want to achieve with building information modeling is for the information about the project to be included. We call it building information modeling. But the modeling element, there has been significant improvement, but the information element, we are still behind to a greater extent. And also, when you look at the BIM implementation, there is more information that is then required in a model. You need to put more information. If you put a wall, you need to explain how they are going to assemble it, what would that be, what is the finishing, and different things. This makes it difficult for different organizations to be able to provide this extensive information in building information modeling. And that leads to the concept of dummy BIM. So what I call dummy BIM, that is a BIM, you know, when they say something is dummy, so it's a building model without the information. But we refer to that as building information modeling. When you look at the image to the left, you see that everything is empty. So this is the current practice now. And when you look at the one in the right, this is how we want it. We want the information to be included so that someone that will go to the site and assemble things, we understand how to assemble them quite easily. Okay, so there's dummy beam, there's a lot of manual input. You need to put a lot of information, which is like increasing the work that people need to do on projects. And there's a lot of things that are repetitive, manual input that is taking time. So there are a lot of things that are difficult, which are referred to as pain points. So there is also, people are just implementing it basically. They are not actually putting the information as they are supposed to put that. So to address some of these challenges, some of the things that are now happening in the construction industry is for us to develop plug-in systems that are going to augment BIM practices. There are things that you do manually that you repeat, even in BIM process. What we are doing, myself and my research teams, to then develop some plug-in systems that are then going to help people to be able to meet the requirement of BIM, but at the same time, without having to spend too much time. And those are the things that I want to talk about quite quickly today. I'm going to present just about 3 of them. So when you read about all these BIM plugin, what you are going to see, people that develop it, some of the things that are going to be mentioned is to help people to do something, to perform something, to expand the function of a particular tool, to manipulate some data, to automate, and also to extend. These are some of the good terminologies that are used for this plugin. If something can take you a whole day to do manually, and you can have a plugin that can do it in 2 minutes. So this is going to be significant improvement in the process. Okay, so this is a paper that we published, I think during COVID, about looking at the trend in BIM plugin. So we look at what these plugins are achieving. And when you look at it, people are developing different plugins for building performance, for life cycle assessment, for hazard analysis, and different things. They are excelling in different environments. Next, please. So looking at this slide as well, you see energy consumption, design and estimation, health and safety. So these are the different areas where people are developing a plugin system. So some of the things that people want to achieve with this is to facilitate process and time saving. Next, please. So also to connect to external databases. We have databases that are external. You want to connect to them, get information from them, ensuring interoperability. Interoperability is very, very important because you want everybody to be having access to the same model. If the system that they are using are not interoperable, what that means is that they are not going to have those access. The system will not be able to communicate with each other. So and different things, specialized analysis, you want to automate some process. So these are some of the benefits of building information modeling plugins. So I'm just going to show you some examples of how we are developing this plugin system and what they have been able to achieve so far, so good. Okay. So for most of my research in my lab that I currently lead, we use what we refer to as participatory action research methodology. So where we are not just conceptualizing the idea and developing it, but we work with people that need that solution. So when we understand that there's a particular challenge, particular thing, and they have that challenge, so we are going to establish collaboration with them. We are going to seek funding together. And after that, we'll do further need analysis. What are the other things? What are the other challenges that you've identified? Then after that, we develop our research implementation framework to look at how are we going to execute this project in real life in such a way that it's going to help business to achieve a high level of productivity. Then looking at number 5 here, we develop, then we are going to test it in the real life to see how it works, how it performs. So they will use it, then they give us further feedback, then we redevelop it, we enhance it, and then it's going to be deployed for use in the organization. So I'm going to just talk about 3 examples. Time is not, I think we are almost halfway, right? So I'm going to talk about 3 things, just 3 examples of BIM plugin that I've worked on. I've worked on about 10, so I'm just going to talk about 3 of them. The first of them is carbon diagnostic. So, you know, we talk about construction industry being carbon intensive. We are one of the most polluting industry. Okay, so one of the things that organizations, especially in the UK, are required to do is to be able to estimate the carbon that their project is going to emit. So we look at the embodied carbon of the project itself. That is, embodied carbon is the carbon that is included in the material that you are using for the project, in the transportation, in the actual construction. So they estimate this embodied carbon. But to be able to estimate the embodied carbon is very time consuming. If you have a project with spreadsheet and the manual processes that are used, you probably use minimum of 2 days with some level of automation that is already possible with Revit. You spend like 2 days to apply carbon factor, to do different things. But we develop this, we automate it, and I'm going to show you more about it. So we use ICE database as Institute of Carbon and Energy. So we use that one. Inventory of carbon and energy, excuse me. So we use that. That was developed by University of Bath in the UK. Their database of different material that you use in construction industry. And this database was put into MySQL, and we developed that. And this is just the overview of the system page. Next one, please. So that is the overview of the system page. Looking at it, it automatically extracts the material content from Revit. This is a plugin for Revit. It automatically extracts the material. It applies the carbon factor. Next, please. It extracts the carbon factor, and ultimately, next. So ultimately, it's going to show you the carbon per element. If you are using different elements in your design, it's going to show you the carbon per element. It's going to show you the carbon hotspotting, and it's going to do some comparative design analysis. When you change the design, it's going to compare it with the previous design, which of them has reduced embodied carbon more than the other. So this is hotspot analysis. Is going to show you that material that has highest embodied carbon. And I forgot to mention, this particular project was carried out in collaboration with the UK largest construction company. So that is Bafo Construction. So with this particular plugin system, so it's going to allow you to be able to redesign. When you redesign, then you can then compare the embodied carbon of the previous design and the new design that you've just done. Okay, so, and this is one of the press release that was done on the project. This is by Construction Management magazine, and you can see what they said there. So just to look at it, reduce labor intensiveness of carbon calculation, something that you are going to use about 2 days, 12 hours to do, you do it in 21 minutes in this system. So this is a massive improvement, as you are reducing 98% of time that you normally spend to do your embodied carbon analysis. And when you look at it in percentage, that is 3,300% improvement in the way you estimate the embodied carbon. So that's 14% when another design scenario was modeled, and you compare it with the initial design. Just within 21 minutes, you're able to know the embodied carbon of the whole project. The normal process is for you to extract the material, then apply carbon factor, do some calculation in spreadsheets, then you look at it. If you change the design, you start all over again. For this particular one, if you change the design, it's just automatically, you are just going to calculate your embodied carbon. So this is one of the examples of how a plugin system are helping the construction industry. The second example I'm going to quickly talk about is the automated file naming. So anyone that is familiar with building information modeling system, we know that we have ISO 19650, which is the international standard for implementation of building information modeling. So this was translated from PAS 1192, which was UK standard. Now it becomes an international standard, ISO 19650. One of the key things, the basic, the fundamental of BIM is that you have to name your file in a particular format. So as you will see on the screen here, you need to have the project name, the name of the organization that is producing that element at the level, then you need to have the volume, then you have the type of file, whether that is model, it is 2D, it's 3D, it's a document, like that. Then you need to have the road discipline, then you have some numbers at the end of it. So you have this. For you to be able to implement BIM, this is a problem on its own. okay, it's going to take a whole lot of time for you to label each of the files that you are going to generate in this particular format. And this becomes a pain point for many people in the industry that want to implement BIM. And I forget to mention that in the UK, as an example, for every public project, every government project, it is mandatory that you must use BIM. You must use BIM since 2016. So this becomes problem for people to just be naming file alone. Just look at it, and you have 200, 300 that you are going to produce, and you are going to name them like this. So what we did in this particular plugin system is to automate the file naming processes. And we used two different platforms. So there's another thing that we generated that we call Master Information Delivery Plan, which is another kettle of fish when it comes to the process. So you can create thousands and thousands of files, and they also need to be named. So if you have done that in your MIDP, which we also automate, then you can just, within your Refit, we just develop a plugin that is going to pull that name from the MIDP platform, and you can just automatically name your file. Or if you have not produced MIDP, we also develop a system that will help you to automatically name your file within our Refit. So this is an example of our Refit plugin in that regards. As we see to the left here, that is the platform there where you are going to automatically generate the name. And as you can see on this file, this is not named, and you can see the file is not named in the right format. But with our plugin system, when we use MIDP, you just pull it from MIDP, and after you put a code, a unique code that will be generated within your MIDP, you put that in your Refit file. What it does for you automatically is to generate your file name. If there are 1,000, you are going to generate it with the click of button within probably 10 seconds. So things that will normally take you time, things that will be prone to error, we are able to automate that. You click the button, you put your code, continue, then you have all your sheets generated. So automatically. So, and the file name, everything will just be correct. Even when you've not started the drawing, you already have your file, then you can then be putting your drawings into those files as time goes on. So this is another example of how our plugin system are enhancing the construction industry. Can you go? I've kept talking. I kept talking through this. Yeah, I kept talking through this. I forgot that it has not been changed. So that go to the next, please. Yeah, so that's the one I was referring to, where you have empty file, then next. So after you apply, go next. This is the MIDP and the unique code. So after you apply it, what you are going to see next in the next slide is how the file names there in the purple to the left, how that will just change automatically to the format that it is supposed to be. Okay, so that's how plugin can help that quite quickly. And the last of the projects that I'm going to quickly talk about is the fire safety compliance diagnostic. For those that are familiar with the news, there was a disaster in the UK in 2017. That is 14th to 16th of June in 2017 in the UK. There was Grenfell fire, so where 72 lives were lost in the UK. We think that is not possible in the developed world, but it sadly happened. So various reviews were constituted after that to look into what caused the fire. Why did this happen? Because the buildings are meant to be developed in a way that they follow a particular rule. They are flats, apartment, multi-story, but when there is fire in one apartment, we don't expect the fire to get to the next apartment. That's how buildings are meant to be designed. However, so what happened in the case of Grenfell fire was a disaster. So the fire spread through the use of cladding, and you can see there. Many people died, 72 precisely. So when the review was constituted, what was found in the review by the people that did the investigation was that people are able to just do things, they're able to cut corners. People are not following the rules because it's very complicated. Ordinary human being, you look at the design, you might not be able to pick everything with just human eye. So what we did with this project is to automate the diagnostic system. So this is a very, very useful project that is currently going through the process of being commercialized by the company we work together with. Next, please. So what we did there is that looking at these flow charts, we have our plugin, we also have the web app, you put your model into it, you select the compliance route that you want to follow. And in the UK, we have different regulations. We have approved document B, which is for fire. If you pick that, okay, so all you need to do is just to do initial settings, click diagnose. By the time you diagnose, you are going to be able to see whether your building is meeting some regulation, it obeys some rules, or there are areas where improvement is required. So this is basically what it does. And it's also going to tell you what you need to do to actually improve it. Next, please. Okay, so this is the platform. Okay, this is on 4JPI, which is by Autodesk. You put your model in, you do some settings, it pulls some information automatically by itself. Next, please. Okay, this where you do your settings is going to tell you whether you should pick whether it is a particular type of building or not. So once you do that within 2-3 minutes, okay, next please. So within 2-3 minutes, you are going to be able to generate your result in line with the different sections of the approved document. Next slide, please. So what it's going to show you is this. It's going to show you that this particular wall is not meeting the required standard. This particular one is meeting the required standard. And you can see from the left here, it's telling us that some wall, they meet the requirement. And to the right, it's telling us that these walls are not meeting the requirement. And it's not just going to tell you that, it's also going to tell you what should be the requirement. So looking further down to the left, you are going to see where it's going to tell you it's not meeting the requirement. What it's supposed to meet is this, but what it is currently meeting is this particular one. Okay, so next one. So, and it's going to also give you recommendation in different other sections apart from the wall, the travel distance. There's maximum travel distance that someone should travel in the case of fire. It's going to tell you which of the flat is meeting the requirement, which of them is not meeting the requirement. It's going to display the result in line with the regulation. Next, please. Okay, so that is another one. So looking at the fire safety generally, it's going to take a whole lot of time for you to look into the design. But with this plugin, within 30 minutes, you're able to look at the design, you're able to understand whether it is meeting the requirement or it's not meeting the requirement. And not just only that, it's also going to help you to know what is that requirement that you are not meeting and what is that requirement that you are meeting. So in all our projects, what we noticed, this is just a summary of how plugin systems are developed. Most of them, they use SQL database, and through API, they have the plugin, the programming language. We have C# predominantly, with also C++ and Python with the help of other external platforms. So ultimately, what we find out in our study ultimately is that plugin development, the negative part of it is that they could be costly to develop, okay? They could be costly and it requires technical expertise. But when you look at the promising nature of this plugin system, you are going to realize that even if you spend money, for instance, for the fire safety, you spend money to develop it and everyone can use it. So they are very, very beneficial. Next, please. Okay, so some of the gains from this is that the repetitive tasks are automated. So you are not going to be repeating the task anymore. So you are going to just automate, like the file naming that is repetitive, that is prone to error, you are able to do that. There's dummy beam, you are able to prevent that. You have the productivity benefits that you gain in one of our examples, 3,300%. And also you're able to cut carbon, you're able to ensure safety of people that work on the construction site. So these are some of the work that we do. Just an example of plugin system and how they can help our construction industry to even improve more, to address safety issue, to address productivity issue that are facing the global construction industry. Thank you very much.
Wow, very nice presentation. Give an applause to Professor Sahid Ajayi. So very, very on time, right? So, well, actually, Professor Sahid is in the same area as me. We are in the same research expertise, and we also doing collaborations. We also publish papers, right? So there will be questions and answer after the sessions, and we're going to go for the next sessions. Professor Ozaki, the title will be Cyclotron plasma wave particle interactions in geospace and its induced ozone destructions. So we're going to give you the same 30 minutes for your presentations, and the end of your presentation there will be question answer. Now give an applause to Professor Ozaki.
Thank you very much. So, okay. So before I start, I'd like to thank session conveners for kindly inviting me. Yeah, I'd like to enjoy this Siceto 2023 meeting. So my title is Cyclotron Plasma Wave Particle Interactions in the Geospace and its Induced Ozone Destruction. So I'd like to talk about the mesospheric ozone destruction related to the plasma wave activity in the geospace. Oh, this is my self-introduction. I'm Mitsu Ozaki from Japan. Yeah. So I was a member of JARE 47. JARE is Japanese Antarctic Research Expedition. Now I'm a staff of the Kanagawa University, Japan. My research field is plasma wave science in electromagnetic wave measurement engineering. So what is JARE? Okay, JARE is Japanese Antarctic Research Expeditions. So I was a member of JARE. So Japan has performed various scientific observations at Showa Station in Antarctica in the surrounding areas. Please go back to previous slide. Yeah, Showa Station is the Japanese Antarctic station. So this photo is a special ship for going to the Antarctica. So for Japanese case, first we go to Australia. And then after that, we go to Antarctica by using this special ship. Okay, please, next slide. And please click the yes. Yeah, this is the movie for the 2 days later from Australia. Yeah, this is just storm. This movie is taken from the top of the special ship. Please go back to the previous slide, please. Yeah, I took the previous movie from the top of this ship, but the tsunami will come to the top of this ship. Okay, please go to the next slide. Yeah, please go to the next slide, please. Okay, this picture is taken after 11 days later. So we see a small ice in the sea. Yeah, we are closing to the Antarctica. Okay, next please. Okay, next picture is, okay, please go back to, yes, this one please. Yeah, this picture is taken 12 days later from the Australia. We see a lot of big ice on the sea. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is taken at 15 days later. Please, yeah, in this picture, the sea is perfectly ice. The thickness is about the 1.5 meters or 2 meters, almost a perfect ice on the sea. So we cannot go to the sea by this ship. So now ships go to backward. And then from now, I think, yep, ship go to forward then the ship attack to the ice, and the ice will break by the weight of the ship. Yeah, now the ship is going to the forward way. Yes, the ship is going to the forward. Yeah, but this go backward and forward attack, that we can go to the forward about only less than 1 meter. So it is difficult to go to the Antarctica by ship, but we cannot go to the Antarctica by airplane because Antarctica is very, very cold. So fuel will be frozen. So we can go to Antarctica only ship. Okay, next please. Okay, sorry, this is Japanese. So this is Showa stations. So finally, we can get the Showa station in Antarctica. Okay, next please. So how cold Showa stations in Antarctica? Okay, this graph is the monthly average temperature. The horizontal axis is the month, and the vertical axis the average temperature in 2006. The blue line is for the Kanazawa in Japan. Sorry, this is my city. Also, the pink line is the Showa station in Antarctica. So the Showa station is the southern hemisphere. Also, the Japan is northern hemisphere. So the temperature variation is perfectly different in the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. So in here, the Indonesia, I think the Indonesia, the average temperature is 30 or over the 30 degrees. So the Showa station, please look at the pink line, the all season less than the 0 degrees Celsius. It means every time the water is frozen. Okay, please, next slide. Yeah, I was taken a simple experiment in Antarctica. Okay, please click the movie. Yep. You can. Yes, please. Yeah, this is me. Yeah, probably I was 23 years old. It looks very young. Now I have a wet towel. A wet towel in the hot water. Now hot water. Also, the temperature is, well, temperature was minus 20 degrees Celsius. So now I have a wet towel. This is a wet towel in the hot water. Okay, now this is a real movie. This is a real movie. Okay, now I have a wet towel. Okay, now, okay. Wet towel was frozen. This is a real movie. Finally, the towel perfectly frozen. Wow! Yeah. So the Indonesia is a very, very hot region, that the Antarctica is a very, not literally, the perfectly different regions. Okay, next please. Yeah, Also, I think that Indonesia have the hurricane. In Antarctica, also, we have a hurricane, but the situation is different. In the Antarctica, we have a blizzard. It looks snowstorm. This is this is a movie taken at the blizzard. Yeah, this is perfectly similar to the hurricane in Indonesia, I think. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is stations in Antarctica. Okay, after the blizzard, I'd like to open the door. Okay, please click. Yes, after the blizzard. Yeah, this is a snow wall. Yes, this is just one day after the blizzard. Just one day. So, in the Antarctic station, we have 2 doors in each station. Because, yeah, after the blizzard, there are many snow. So we cannot open the door. So we have the 2 doors with a different side. If we have the same side, of course, 2 doors cannot open. Okay, next, please. Yeah. So, in Antarctica, I studied about the northern light and natural electromagnetic waves. Yeah, this is the aurora taken by myself. Yes, next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, also the picture taken by myself. Yes. Okay, next, please. Yes, also this is a picture taken by myself. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Okay, next, please. Yes, the aurora is very beautiful. I like it. So today, I'd like to talk about the mesospheric ozone destruction related to the plasma wave activity at the altitude of 36,000 kilometers. So the altitude is perfectly different between them. We focus on the mesospheric ozone. The mesosphere is the altitude of 50 to 80 kilometers. Also, we focus on the plasma wave activities. The plasma waves are generated at the altitude approximately 36,000 kilometers. Yes. So next, please. So we focus on the plasma waves in the geospace. What is a geospace? Geospace is a space area up to the geostationary orbit. As you know, in this space area, we have a lot of commercial satellite services. Such commercial satellite services improve our life, as you know. For example, weathercast, GNS, also the communication services. So this area is very important for the satellite services. In the geospace, also there are plasmas. Plasmas consist of the electrons and ions. So if the plasma have higher energy, then plasma becomes radiation. Next, please. So I'd like to show the plasma motion in the geospace. As you know, the Earth has magnetic field. The pink line is a magnetic field from the Earth. Please click the, yes, thanks. The blue curve is the trajectory of one particle of the plasmas. The plasmas are acted by the Lorentz force. So the plasma shows the cyclotron motion, bounce motion, and drift motion. Please click this animation. I think you can see the, yes, please. Yeah, this is a bounce motion. Bounce motion is particle go to the upside and downside. Not only the bounce motion, yes, the plasma shows the drift motion. The plasma moves to the around the Earth like a donut. Next, please. Yeah, such a high energy protons and electrons form the torus shape like zone, like this. Please, next slide. Yes. And please click this image. So, in the geospace, we have a radiation region. So this, please, next slide. Please go to the next. Yes, thanks. So the radiation particle attack to the astronomy. Also, the astronomy will damage of the DNA. Not only the damage of the DNA, the radiation particles or relativistic particles can penetrate the satellite metal shielding, and the radiation particles can damage to the semiconductors of the electronics. Such damage will happen, but effect for the satellite communication services. So we should study the plasma environment in the geospace. Next, please. So Japan launched a scientific satellite for investigating the plasma environment in the geospace. We installed wave measurement system on board this satellite. The satellite called ARASE. So why we should study the wave measurement for investigating the plasma environment? Next, please. Okay, as I said, the plasma consists of electrons or ions. So the plasma motion is equivalent to the electric current. So as you know, the time variations of the current must generate electromagnetic waves. So the plasma waves directly relate to the plasma motion. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Yeah, it's okay. So this is a kind of plasma waves. It's called the chorus wave emissions. Please click the, yes, okay. So this plasma waves is the circular polarized waves. Okay, please click the image. Yes, so the yellow point is the plasma, and the arrow is the circular polarized waves. So these circular polarized waves effectively affect the plasmas. So the plasmas are accelerated by these plasma waves. So this phenomena is called wave-particle interactions. Yes, please, next slide. So usually, the high-energy particle plasmas cannot penetrate to the atmosphere, but a protoplasma can precipitate to the atmosphere by plasma waves. Then aurora are illuminated in the polar region. So the aurora is a key phenomenon for investigating the plasma dynamics in the geospace. Next slide, please. Yes, so there are many important plasma waves in the zero space for local acceleration and loss mechanism of energetic particle via wave-particle interactions. Today, I'd like to focus on the two types of plasma waves. One is chorus waves, and the other is EMIC waves. Both are circular polarized waves. These plasma waves can push energetic particle to the atmosphere. So the precipitating particle penetrates to the atmosphere and illuminated auroral phenomena. Today, we focus on atmospheric impact by relativistic precipitation driven by plasma waves. Okay, next slide, next please. Yes. So these plasma waves can propagate along the magnetic field line. Also, the plasmas travel along the magnetic field line. So next, please. Yes. Also, please click the image. Yes, thank you. We observe the chorus waves in the zero space. Also, we observed aurora on the ground. The ground stations are connected by the same magnetic field line in the zero space. So this movie is coordinated observations of aurora and the wave. The wave were observed in the zero space, but aurora was observed on the ground. But if we observe the chorus waves, in that case, the aurora are illuminated. So the plasma waves can effectively scatter the plasma waves. So the energetic particle precipitations are one of major sources of the catalytic destruction of ozone in the polar region due to the production of NOx and HOX by the atmospheric ionizations. So the cosmic ray and the solar proton events are well-known sources for the ozone destruction, but in here we focus on the relativistic electron precipitation from the zero space. So the impact by the REP is not understood due to the difficulty of recognizing its locations and durations. In here, we have a scientific question: if REP directly and rapidly act as a major driver for the mesospheric ozone destruction, localized ozone destruction associated with the localized REP should be observable. For this scientific question, we should identify when, where, how long in the REP event. Also, that we should identify how much atmospheric impact during the REP event. Please, next slide. Yeah. So we focus on the relativistic electron precipitation driven by plasma waves. These plasma waves can effectively scatter the relativistic electrons. Also, that this plasma waves is a circular polarized wave. So these plasma waves also can scatter the proton precipitation. So this figure shows an example of the relativistic electron precipitation accompanying with the proton aurora. The top panel is the proton aurora brightness. Also, the bottom panel is the relativistic electron precipitation. So in here, we see the relativistic electron along with the proton aurora. Next, please. Yes. So we overcome the difficulty for identifying the locations and durations of REP using proton aurora. This is an example movie taken in Canada. The top image is an all-sky image for the proton aurora, and the bottom image is the plasma wave activity. Yeah, we see a clear correspondence between them. So the plasma waves can push the proton and the relativistic electron to the atmosphere. Next, please. So we can identify where how long it left from the proton aurora. So we evaluate how much atmospheric impact below the proton aurora. Okay, next, please. So we use this measurement data set. For the proton aurora location, we use the ultraviolet image by the satellite. Also, for the relativistic electron precipitation locations, we use the particle detectors by the satellite. For the plasma wave activity, we use the ground-based magnetometers. As I said, the plasma waves can propagate along the magnetic field line, so the plasma waves can detect on the ground. For the how much the ozone impact, we use the satellite data. Okay, next, please. Okay. Today, I'd like to show a typical event of ozone destruction related to the plasma wave activity. Okay, next, please. Okay. This image is taken by the satellite. We see a Korea isolated proton aurora, in Canada. Okay, next, please. Yes. Okay, next, the blue color indicates the location of the relativistic electron precipitation. We see a clear correspondence between the proton aurora location and relativistic electron location. Also, the star symbol indicates the ozone at the altitude of 52 kilometers. We see a clear ozone loss at the location of proton aurora. Okay, next, please. Yeah. Also, in this event, we observe the plasma wave activity on the ground. The bottom panel shows the plasma waves. Okay. Please, next slide. Yes. This figure shows the vertical ozone profiles crossing the proton aurora locations. In the right side figure, the red and blue curves indicate the ozone profile crossing the proton aurora location. And black curve indicates for the monthly mean value. So a significant ozone destruction is identified at the altitude from 47 to 66 kilometers in the upper stratosphere. So the average ozone loss at the altitude crossing the proton aurora locations shows a decrease by 11% from the monthly mean value. Only the ozone crossing the proton aurora location, we observe the localized ozone destruction. Okay, next, please. Okay, please, next. Okay, next is a similar event. Okay, next, please. Okay, next, please. In this event, we also observe the proton aurora and the relativistic electron in the same location, at the same location. Okay, next, please. Okay, also in this event, we observe the localized ozone destruction just below the proton aurora location. Next, please. Next, please. In this event, also we observe the plasma wave activity. Yes, next, please. Yes. Also in this event, we observe the localized ozone destruction only below the proton aurora location. In this event, the average ozone loss at the mesosphere crossing the proton aurora locations shows a decrease by 51% from the monthly mean. So the relativistic electron precipitation effectively destroy the ozone in the polar region. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is a summary. So a clear spatial correspondence between the mesospheric ozone and localized relativistic electron precipitation was identified using the proton aurora. So the direct between the proton aurora and the mesospheric ozone destruction is very useful for understanding the atmospheric impact on the loss of relativistic electrons by plasma wave activity. So plasma wave, as I said, the plasma waves are generated at the altitude of 30,000 kilometers, but the ozone was destroyed at the mesosphere. But in this study, we have a direct link between them. So the plasma environment may have a relationship to the atmospheric chemical balance. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much for the very comprehensive presentation. So, I'm sorry I forgot to, to let you know your CV. So actually, Professor Ozaki is coming from Kanazawa University, Japan. So I would like to going down. So in these occasions, I'm going to have a questions and answer. So I'm asking from my left side and another questions from my right side. Okay? So, is it okay? Okay, wake up, right? Wake up. Okay, so I want to have 3 questions to be given to our keynote speakers. So, who would like to be the volunteer for the first questions? Okay. Where is the committee given the microphone? First, introduce yourself and just please ask the questions. Okay, to whom you're going to have the questions.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Konnichiwa, Uzuki Sensei, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Reynaldo, an undergraduate student from Electrical Engineering, Sriwijaya University. So, I want to ask a question from Professor Uzuki. Your presentation is a completely new field for me, especially from electrical engineering field. This is the first time I just learned that plasma wave is so important for us to study. And my question is, why? Why is it important for us to learn about plasma wave and the interaction between wave and particle? Even though it's a very subjective field. Thank you very much, Sensei.
Thank you very much. Nice question.
Okay, we're going to have another question first and then go for the answer sessions. Okay, first from this side, from my left side to Professor Sahida Jai. There's any questions? You have questions? Not yet? Okay, probably we're going to give the time for Professor Azaki to answer the question first, and then we come to that question.
Yes, thank you very much for the important questions. As I said, in the geospace, there are many commercial satellites. So the radiation perfectly affects to the electronics and semiconductors of the satellite. So we should identify the plasma environment to operate safely the satellite services. So to investigate the plasma environment, only the plasma, the plasma motion can predict from the Maxwell equations and the motion of the energy. But the wave, the electromagnetic wave, directly affect the plasmas, as I showed in some movies. In that case, the physics becomes very non-linearity. So it is difficult to predict the motions and physical
mechanism. So we should study and predict the plasma environment. So the wave particle interaction is very, very important for predicting the plasma environment in the geospace. It's okay? Thank you very much.
Okay. So the answer satisfy your questions? Is it enough? Okay. Actually, we also have the online participants. There are some questions also given from the online. I cannot see the questions. I cannot read it. It's too small. Huh? Oh, okay, okay. Chat room, yeah. We're going to see the questions from the chat room. Okay. The first questions from Ahmad Marta Dinata. So this one is still related to Professor Ozaki. So what do you think about energy plasma correlations to make field health better against virus like COVID example or virus example? Can't you answer?
It is difficult, but the plasma is not only bad effect. Also, the plasma can use for the industrial applications. As you know, the plasma are very, very useful tool for engineering. So not only the bad effect, the plasma, we can control the plasma because we know Maxwell equations. Okay. Is it okay?
Okay. Ahmad Marta Dinata is still online. Do you hear the answer from Professor Ozaki? Are you here? Are you here or you're not listening? Oh, mute. Already chat. Oh, only chat. Okay, okay. Okay, probably we're going to the next questions to Professor Ajayi. What are the implications of global events and trends such as the COVID-19 pandemic or climate change on the adoptions and adaptation of BIM and plugins in the constructions industry? Okay.
Thank you very much for the question. Just like they say that necessity is the mother of invention, isn't it? So when there is necessity, you'll be forced to innovate. You'll be forced to invent something to achieve what you want to achieve. A global event like COVID-19, for instance, led to let me say, it changed the way we collaborate in the construction industry. It forced a lot of companies to invest into digital technology, which BIM has been trying to drive even before COVID-19. For instance, when COVID occurred, different organizations had to shift to online, which is a step towards achieving what BIM is meant to achieve. But we are not meant to be sharing paper originally, but that's what we do. So there's collaborative platform. People are able to put things in a space where they are going to be able to collaborate, which is a step towards the adoption of BIM. If anything, COVID has helped in that regard, and I think it's not just in building information modeling, even in education. So many universities, they don't do anything like online lecture before. Everything has to be face-to-face. But when COVID happened, so everybody moved online. So with regards to global event like COVID, it's actually forced people towards that journey of building information modeling. Looking at the climate change as well, there's a lot of legislation that are being introduced across the world. In the UK, for instance, there are changes to approved document L every now and then to make sure that people step up their game in terms of sustainability. And because of that,
organizations are meant to show how their journey towards adoption of all this technology that is going to help them to achieve sustainability. And that is one of the things that led to the carbon calculator that we developed, because organizations are meant to show the sustainability credential of their projects. And because of that, they are looking for ways to simplify the process. Instead of someone sitting down, crunching the number, making mistake and doing it all over again. So this led to people trying to adopt all this technology that are then going to help them. And once you adopt them, you just realize that, oh, I didn't know it is not that difficult. So people begin to adopt all this technology. And definitely this event, as much negative as they might seem, they help towards the journey to adopt BIM in the construction industry, as well as development of the plugin. Not because the events are necessarily good, but because we need to survive, we need to be able to cope, we need to be able to live with all these unfortunate events. So it's been positive so far, and people are changing, the industry is changing one step at a time.
All right. What a very good answer, right, to the question. So I'm going to also ask for the next session, probably Dr. Padri. So he graduated from University of Kansas. So he's also dealing with architecture related to BIM as well, I think. So please give one question to Professor Ajayi or to Ozaki. Behind.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Henny, for this opportunity. And thank you for both of the speakers for the amazing presentation. It's an eye-opening and informative presentation. So my question is directly to Professor Sahid about BIM. Your work is such an amazing work. It's a novelty in BIM, especially for automation on carbon calculation. So in Indonesia, BIM is still in infancy, I guess. It hasn't been widely used in a lot of sectors. So my question is, how hard was it in UK to enforce the use of BIM in all sectors of construction? Does it start with education, or it was implemented directly to construction sectors? That would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. In this life, human beings, we are always very convenient with whatever we do. So on average, human beings don't like change. And without change, maybe nothing will change. Okay. So in the UK as well, BIM does not come easily. It's not as if people just wake up overnight and they just say, yeah, BIM is good. So there has been a lot of sensitization ahead of it's been made mandatory on government projects. But one major event that make BIM to become acceptable in the UK is the fact that the government made it mandatory on their projects. So, and if you want to win government contract, and as we know, most projects that are going to be profitable, most projects that are going to be mega projects are going to be government projects. For organizations to be able to then bid on those projects, they must demonstrate their credential to show that they have the capacity, to show that they have the knowledge. There is competency assessment, there is different things. And it becomes things that organizations will then use to show that, okay, we have this competency, we can bid for the project. We can help you to save money. And what made it easy in the UK, there's been a lot of research on it, even before government mandated it. But what made it very easy is that the fact that the government mandated it. So anything that anything that is going to lead to a drastic change in the way we do things is probably going to be driven by the government. Looking at the sustainability and the like, so without government leading the way in terms of sustainability, who cares about waste reduction? It's not affecting them. Who cares about driving very well on the road if there's no penalty for it? Who cares about not running the red lights if nobody is going to penalize them for it. So what makes all these different changes to be possible is when government is leading the way, when government understand that this is going to help. So this is the way we want to go, and you realize that everybody will then follow the path. But who is the government? We are the government, right? So it starts from each and every one of us. If the universities begin to teach students about its benefit, it is the student that will go out to become government, isn't it? So we, university, we have a lot of role to play by advising the government about the benefits of not just BIM, different technology, different approaches. It has to start from that education. And then you see that when you begin to educate people, it becomes part of the system. Organization will want to adopt it. Ultimately, it's going to become the standard in the society. You can think about different things that people are doing nowadays. Maybe 20 years ago, it was not fashionable. But because people started doing it, there's education around it, you realize that that is what people are then going to be doing. So government, and then that also has to be driven by academic institution. That is my suggestion.
All right. Give an applause. Okay, I think we still have 2 more questions because we started at around 1:30, right? So we still have like 15 minutes to have 2 other questions. So I think this side or that side. Okay, this is going to be the first. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Previously, my name is Ahmad Arsal Faiz. I'm a student chemical engineering at Sriwijaya University. Okay, my question is, what are the security considerations when using BIM and plugins, particularly in terms of protecting sensitivity project data and intellectual property? Okay, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So when we talk about BIM, there is element of the standard that is specifically focused on security, because we know that when we begin to share information, people, if the wrong people have access to it, then it becomes a problem. People begin to know where is the exit in this building, where do they keep sensitive information in the building, and all those things. So access is restricted when it comes to building information modeling. It's not like you just share through email. It's through that collaborative environment. Okay, it's through that collaborative environment where you only give access and different level of access to the different stakeholders that are going to be involved in the project. So there is security-minded BIM, which is all about ensuring that there is security. And when it comes to intellectual property, so there is going to be the employing party, there's going to be appointed party, the appointing party, and different terminologies that are used in the BIM world. So we are going to have someone like the client or representative of the client that ultimately becomes the owner of the particular model. You see, they are the one that pay for the project, they become the owner of a particular element. So there is the part of ISO 19650, which was translated from PAS 1192, has already attended to that, has spelled out who should be having access to what and at what particular point in time. So if it is implemented the way it is put in the standard, then there won't be any problem, there won't be a lot of concern. But ultimately, we have to make sure that it is the right person that will be having access to it, not someone just giving access to someone else that is not supposed to have access to it. Another good part of it is that when you work in common data environment, as we call it in BIM CDE, there is going to be audit trail, which is going to say this particular person have access to this, and this is what they've done on the model. When they open it, when they make some changes, before it go to the central model, it's going to go to someone that is going to authorize it, like this is the change that has been made by this particular stakeholder, do you want to take it into the model? So there is that element of security that has been integrated into the BIM standard. The only challenge is for people to implement it as they are supposed to implement it. And that is why where the issue of knowledge also coming again. Thank you.
All right. Another questions? It's enough? Okay, okay. Now for one more questions for the last sessions before I conclude our sessions today. Yeah, this lady, beautiful lady from
So good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity and the great presentation, both of you. And I'm Gladys Patricia from Civil Engineering, Sriwijaya University. And actually, as we know, BIM have become a mandatory in Indonesia, but most of them just for the big project. So I want to know from Prof. Sahid perspective or maybe experience how the small or maybe the medium contractor company that would like to apply BIM while they have a limited accessibility for the knowledge or maybe fundraising to try a various BIM software. So this is my first question. And my second question is it possible to have, as we know from your presentation, like the carbon calculator, automated fire safety diagnosis in the one software to integrate it many kind of the contractor activity. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So even in the UK, where BIM is becoming the standard, the SME still struggle. So the SME always struggle because they have little financial capability, and even when it comes to the technical capability, it's usually very difficult for SME. But what forces SME to go into BIM is the fact that if you are working on government project, you want to work with big contractor, you've got to have the capability. If big contractors really want to implement BIM, they will definitely force the smaller one to also implement it. And looking at it, we look at like BIM is very expensive. It's not really very expensive. It's just a couple of software that you are going to use. And most of this software, they are software that whether you are big or small, you're already using it. For instance, when you design, you use Revit, for instance, as a software. Whether you are big or small, you still use Revit. So Revit becomes something that you are going to use when it comes to BIM. I think it's the willingness of those big contractors and the willingness of the government to make sure that people actually implement it. So that's what is going to make the smaller organization to be able to implement it. It has to come from the government, and then it then goes down to the different stakeholders. But even in the most advanced part of the world, the SME always struggle. They might decide that I'm not going to bid for this project. I'm just going to do the little one that doesn't need BIM. But as time goes on, the changes will be implemented, and you see people changing. And you as a researcher, you need to make the noise when you understand the benefits, and you see that when someone graduates, they start their SME, they begin to use it. They want to be different because they have more knowledge that others don't have. But SME is usually very challenging, and unfortunately, SME usually represent more than 90% of our construction industry. And for the plugin system, so most of the research projects that I do, they are applied, we solve problem, but at the same time, most of the businesses that I work with, they want to commercialize it. So they turn it to business. I like the carbon calculator, for instance, that one is available because we did it with the biggest construction company, and they are not really interested in making profit out of it or anything. They just want to use it for themselves. So they made that freely available for anyone that is interested in it. Just a plugin that can be installed and use it to calculate your carbon. But for fire beam, for instance, that is for fire safety, that is going through the process of being commercialized so that people can subscribe, people can buy, people can use it for their fire diagnostic. So most of them are like that. But for the carbon calculator and even the file naming, all those ones are available, are free of charge.
All right. One of the committee told me that there's one more question actually. So it's actually from civil engineering, right? From civil engineering? Oh, electrical engineering. So you want to ask to Professor Ozaki?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this opportunity. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Trio Waringin, and I am an electrical engineering student at Sriwijaya University. And my questions directly for Mr. Ozaki. Okay, Mr. How about like today? We know that the ozone hole is widening. And what is the effect for electromagnetic waves? Okay, thank you, Mr.
Time for Mr. Ozaki.
Okay, I cannot catch up your meaning of the question. Please, pardon.
Would you like to repeat, make it simple?
The effect for electromagnetic wave if the ozone hole is widening.
With. Okay. The yep. Still, we are studying, so I cannot answer correctly. But for the near the ground, in the lower atmosphere, we have a global warming, as you know. On the other hand, on the upper atmosphere, now we observing the global cooling, the temperature in the upper atmosphere decreasing, perfectly decreasing. Because near the ground, in the lower atmosphere, the thermal energy stored near the ground in the lower atmosphere. So the thermal energy, do not reflect to the upper atmosphere. So also the upper atmosphere, air pressure perfectly lower than the lower atmosphere. So in the upper atmosphere, we can easily detect the effect of the global warming near the ground. So for the earlier warning, we must study the environmental variations in the upper atmosphere. But now in the world, the researchers, we are studying the effect of the upper atmosphere to the weathercast near the ground. So still we are studying. Sorry, I cannot correct. I cannot response the correct answer. This is very complicated system in our Earth system. Okay, this is my answer.
All
Thank you very
right.
much.
Yeah, I think the answer will satisfy all of us, right? So I'm sure that there will be a lot of more questions, but due to the limited of time, so I think we need to end our sessions today. And I would like to give concise closing remarks from this great presentation. So across the world, BEAM is crucial and even mandated process to ensure the planning, design, and construction of buildings is highly efficient and collaborative. And from Ozaki side, I think the plasma waves can effectively precipitate relativistic electrons in the radiations belt into the atmosphere, and then precipitating energetic plasmas with higher energy can penetrate deeper the altitude and illuminate auroral phenomenon. I think that's how I conclude the conclusion. I'm sorry if I have a mistake in interpreting your presentations. So we would like to say thank you very much for these great keynote speakers, Professor Sahid Ajayi and Professor Ozaki. Please give a big applause to these two speakers. And I think this is the end of the sessions today. I'm sorry if I have some mistakes, and we're going, what? Okay, one more to conclude. Okay, I'm going to end these sessions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for our two keynote speakers, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki and Professor Sahid O. Ajayi. And for the documentation session, we would like to go to the documentation session. For Professor Hani Fitriani, Professor Mitsunori Ozaki, and Professor Sahid O. Ajayi, we would like to let you to go to the documentation session so that we can capture this beautiful moment in Siceto 2023. Okay. Thank you very much for our two keynote speakers and Professor Hani Fitriani as our moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to inform to you that we already connected to our virtual audiences. In the Zoom meeting right now, there are already more than 100 participants in the Zoom meeting that connected with us virtually.
Once again, thank you so much for Professor Hani Fitriani for moderating such a very amazing session. Also, we would like to say thank you for our special keynote speaker, Professor Sahid O. Ajayi and Professor Mitsunori Ozaki for the amazing knowledge.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our next parallel session, I think it would be interesting if we continue the door prize drawing process. Okay, right now, you can see in the left sides of the ballroom, there's still a lot of some exciting prizes for you who are lucky today. So without further ado, I think we should go to the drawing session. For the committees,
Alright, the mechanism is still the same, so we will pick a random number from the fishbowl.
okay. The first number will be taken by Professor Novia. Okay, we'll read it quickly. Okay, what's number? What's number? Okay, please pay attention, audiences. Okay, this.
Alright, the lucky number for this round is
1, 2, 3. 159. Who got the 159? You can. Is there any? Is there anybody got?
Alright, since there's
Okay.
no one with number 1.
Oh.
Alright, we have the winner.
Okay, our committees will come to you. Thank you.
Alright, let's continue the drawing process.
The second drawing session will be taken by Professor Novia too. Okay. The number is directly given to us. Oh, there's two number. There's 2 or 3. 2 numbers. Yeah, I may help you. Okay, thank you. The second number goes to 140. 140. 140. Okay, the third number 140. You could come to the stage. Okay. 100.
For number 184, we kindly invite you to come to the stage to receive the gift. And for your information, for this round, for the gift is a gas stove and also the fan. And the next is?
The next number is 1, 2, 3. 191. 191 will get
We'll get Telkomsel Orbit.
$191.
Is there anyone who get number 189?
191. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Please kindly come to the stage.
Okay. Next number. 90. 91. 91. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We're still waiting for the next lucky number. Who's lucky enough to bring back Telkomsel Orbit?
Okay, the next number will get Telkomsel Orbit. The next number who will get Telkomsel Orbit will be 125. 125. Oh.
125.
You may come to the stage.
And the next lucky number is number.
The next number will get Telkomsel Orbit 2. The number will be 1, 2, 3. 42. 42 will get
42.
Telkomsel Orbit. Number 42.
Is there anyone who got number 42?
Okay, you may come to the stage, please. You got Telkomsel Orbit. Okay, the next number will get Telkomsel Orbit also, because we have 4 Telkomsel Orbit.
And the next lucky number is number
105. 105. 105. Is there anybody got 105? Okay, you may come to the stage, please. Okay, the last number who will get Telkomsel Orbit. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get hard disk. Toshiba hard disk, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the number will be 102. 102. Okay.
Alright, who's lucky enough to get 102? Alright.
I think you have to say thank you to Professor Mitsunori. Okay, next number.
Okay, we still have prizes left, which are the
next number will get what? Will get what? Okay, the next number will be 17. 17.
17.
Oh, please, sir, you may come to the stage. Okay, sweet 17. Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Okay.
That is the last
I think
number for the
last
second
number.
round session.
Okay, the last number 17, sweet 17. The prizes of the last. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. 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 For the first session drawing process, we would like to invite you also to come to the stage. For the previous drawing session, we would like also to invite you to come to the stage. The first drawing session Is
All
there
right,
anybody?
ladies and gentlemen, for the winners of the first drawing session,
Okay.
we kindly invite you to come to the stage to receive the gift.
Okay, the number that is the winner of the first session is 85. Please, in the right
85.
side, sir.
And also please bring your number.
Yep.
And the
bring
next number is number 144.
For the first. Next number is
And next number is 71.
71. Okay. Next number is
And the next
100.
number is 100.
Number 100. Okay. Next number is
Number 184.
84. Okay. 184? Dari mouse. Okay. Okay, we will give the first drawing session winners prizes. Okay, for the handover process, we would like to invite our Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Professor Johnny Arlansyah, may come to the stage to give the. Yep.
We also
Professor
would
Johnny.
like to invite Professor Hani Fitriani to come to the stage.
For the first winner, okay, will be given a mouse. Say cheese to the camera. Okay, thank you, Professor Johnny. Okay.
Alright, for
To
the
the third.
first drawing session, we have 3 mouses and also 2 headphones, ladies and gentlemen.
Who got headphones? Headphones. Headphones. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have to follow the number that is mentioned. The first winner of second drawing session will get fan. Miyako. Will be given by Professor Johnny Arlansyah. Okay, the next handover will be conducted by Professor Hani Fitriani to the second winner of second drawing session.
Alright.
We'll get the gas
stove.
Okay, that's a very great
That's a
prize.
very good prize, right?
Yup. Maybe we will get motivated to cook more. Okay, Telkomsel Orbit to the third winner, fourth winner, and fifth winner, and also the sixth winner of second drawing process session will get the Telkomsel Orbit. Okay, also Toshiba hard disk, and the last one.
It's the main prize.
It's the main prize.
Yes, the
We'll
main
get-
prize, everyone.
What kind of prize is this, Derlinda?
So the main prizes of this drawing process session for door prize session
Is a smartphone. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, for all, maybe we can take documentation with all of the winners and Professor Hani Fitriani and Professor Johnny Arlansyah. We would like to take this moment first.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
And do not forget to show us your prize, ladies and gentlemen.
Your prize and also your smile.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thumbs up. Okay, thank you very much.
Alright, thank you very much. And also, we would like to say congratulations for all the winners.
For all the winners, you may kindly be seated. Thank you. Okay, you may kindly go back to your seats. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yep. Thank you very much. Okay, we jump into the next session of this conference. Respectful audiences, finally, after several sessions of day one of Siceto, we are going to move to the parallel session of Siceto 2023. And for the parallel session, we would like to announce the room for each participant. We would like also to inform to you that in each room there will be the best questioners, so we encourage you to be actively asking and make a discussion within the room. Okay. Okay, warmest welcome from us to
Mr. Edi
Santana
Santana
Putra.
to kindly come to this conference.
To kindly come.
Warmest welcome that we can give to you.
Okay, we would like to announce the room for the parallel session. There will be 5 rooms that will be used for the parallel session. The first room will be in this ballroom, and the second room will be the Zuri 2, which is located in the 5th floor. So you may go to the lift and go to the 5th floor. The room 3 will be the Zuri 1, which is located also in the same floor, 5th floor. In the room 4 will be Zuri 8, which is located downstairs in 2nd floor. And room 5 will be Zuri 10, which is located just near this ballroom. So you may go outside and directly turn right for finding the Zuri 10 room. Okay. For information, the certificate for attendees will be sent directly into the Siceto account. And for all the participants, we will please get into your room that has been announced before. And this agenda will be guided by the moderator in each room. Thank you.
Kindly a reminder for distinguished participants, on the second day, we have several agenda, which are the presentations and awarding session for the best paper that will be held on Zoom meeting. So don't forget to join us tomorrow.
Jangan bingung, jangan bingung.
Oh, not again.
Okay. Oke, oke, para hadirin yang terhormat, untuk sesi paralel akan dimulai setelah ini, dan sesi paralel akan terbagi menjadi 5 ruangan utama. Ada ruang 1, ruang 2, ruang 3, ruang 4, dan ruang 5. Ruang 1 adalah ruang di mana kita berada saat ini, yaitu di ballroom. Ruang kedua adalah ruang yang bernama Zuri 2, terletak di lantai 5. Dan ruang ketiga bernama Zuri 1, yang terletak di lantai kelima juga. Dan ruang keempat berada di ruang yang bernama Zuri 8, berada 1 tingkat di bawah sekarang, di lantai 2. Dan ruangan kelima itu bernama Zuri 10, yang berada di sebelah kanan ballroom kita ini. Okay, for the parallel session, you may kindly go to your room that has been announced before. We would like also remind you, in each room there will be the best questioners. So, because of that, I hope that all of you in each room will be proactive to make a discussion, to ask question to the presenters. Because there will be a gift for you who become the best speakers, best questioners in each room. Backsound.
Iya. Para hadirin yang terhormat, kami mengingatkan kembali bahwa panitia kami menemukan uang sejumlah Rp100.000. Jika Anda merasa kehilangan uang sejumlah tersebut, silakan datang hubungi panitia. Terima kasih.
Serialnya berapa? Serialnya itu sesuai yang tertera di kertas. Benar.
Langsung.
Ada online kan? Nah, kalau online berarti kita harus masuk ke room mereka pos ini supaya bisa suaranya kan pakai mic mereka. Kalau video dari laptop tidak masuk suara. Jadi Fajrinya join ke room? Tidak, kita yang ke room Fajri. Room 1. Pos ini masuk ke punya pos ini masuk ke join, melok join. Pakai suaranya dari kita. Mereka main ketik aja di pakai dari laptop. Hybrid kan?
Pak di room 1, Pak.
Rumah dong. Kalau lama masuk dalam katanya ready.
Di sini, Bu. Di bawah, Bu.
Cek.
Untuk Bapak Ibu yang berada di room paralel 1, yang berada di ruangan ini, dipersilakan untuk maju ke depan, untuk menempati tempat duduk di depan. Yang berada di room paralel yang lain, disilahkan untuk menuju ruangan masing-masing. Oh ya, bentar.
Lah sudah.
Jangan host kan?
We give one more round of applause for Miss Tanya. Okay, the next presenter. Well, due to some reasons, Mr. Edi Santana will be allowed to present as a second speaker for today's term. The ID chamber is 416, entitled Identification of Anthropogenic Factors in Flood Events in Salem. Yes, please.
Identification of propagating factor blood evil. That's a member of dia di atas dari dari Australia dan private Malaysia. Next. The reason the first introduction, second method, and the third result and discussion for conclusion. Next, introduction, background. Palembang is area of 400 square meter with generally flat terrain. Less than 100 in most areas, and smart by the Musi River, which by city from west to east. Another elevation start from 4 meters above MSL. In the area near the Musi River, around 12 MSL, the north and northwest. Karachi, within Barat district, being 4 north, 12 Uttar, and Sita. In the terrain, tending to be more naturally undulating. The Musi River has number of streams, namely the Ramadan, Poblan, and Goring River. The south, the north, there are many smaller rivers that flow into the Musi River. Other Musi River is influenced by tidal fluctuation upstream of the sea, so the water level rises and falls during the day. The tidal influence the data of south. We must calculate it dengan Palembang maybe for 4 hours. 4 hours Susah jalan in Palembang. Even to the area embarkment out nations still food, frequently, especially in four key areas in the Western part, such as Caledonia and Sulawesi. There are 19 drainage catchment in Palembang City, its catchment areas varying between hectare to more than 7,000 hectares. With that geographical condition, Palembang City has many areas that are inundated with surface water. You can see the picture of this right side. Next. Our leader. Now, when there is a program, but that now elevation, the low elevation of the terrain and the small array of terrain can increase vulnerability to flood hazards. Palembang has a monsoon climate with distinct wet and dry season. The rainfall for 2022 range from 97 millimeter 400 millimeter in January, with a total precipitation of 1,900 millimeter, a total of 300 minus 380 days. This data from central view of statistics. And the other, both natural and anthropogenic factor can cause flooding and inundation. Flood causes two factor, natural factor and anthropogenic factor. This is two in one factor. The other factor, we call it human factor, anthropogenic. Natural factor can cause flood, danger, extreme rainfall. This will usually fall. Where runoff occurs, if the intensity of rain falling in water exceed the infiltration capacity of soil in that area. And then demography, where area with pervious surface such as concrete and asphalt produce bigger runoff. The flat topography reserve the spray of water. It's called long duration flooding over flat area. The other river types influence, which influence the profile of flood water level around the bank of the Vinci River. Diameter is 20 and 20. The other leaking flood into anthropogenic factor. And other.
You only have like 2 more minutes. Maybe you can skip this part.
Okay.
If you're allowed.
The other, the forestation up 3.4 was 21 and Siceto. Next. Second research method. Research method. This research is quantitative descriptive research. Field survey are carried out by looking direct the sampling technique without that use was purpose sampling by selecting precedent and experience in plan as response. The number of respondents was not target because it was gathered for blood choice. The variable asked the questions include radiation point, high duration, reversibility, or other. Other reason or variable that cause inundation of plant. The resistance and truly compare map of potential plant. The transfer time by the regionalized compare from Putri and Alien. If the plant point resulting from field tracking outside the area and then another factor, another method. Next, the third result and discard. Result of the field survey based on the result of field survey, tracking the location of flood and or Indonesian, and the interview with people led by flooding, floods, and or Indonesian can be caused by natural factor and anthropogenic factor. The total number of answers for the flood is more than 223 answers from 90 respondents. Natural factor in the form of high rainfall, but cumulating an anthropogenic factor, namely insufficient channel capacity, going waste other than abstract flow of channel or river, and the other disconnected or unavailable drainage system. Next. See, as a community perception are affected by causes of flooding and or inundation. That's all. We saw the anthropogenic is more than 15%. It's causing flood or inundation. This initial starting point, the flooding and inundation are perceived only to be caused by natural practices, but also by anthropogenic factor or human factor. Thus, flood-based studies are needed to combine flood hazard factor due to natural factors and anthropogenic factors. Next. That's in Spranghilir and Sprangulu. Let's see that potential flood area at maximum time for federal model. Next. This picture how people do it something wrong in our city or how to make house innovation or flood. Next. And the fourth conclusion. Conclusion is a flood can be caused by natural and anthropogenic factors or human factors. Flood area resulting from hydro. Ya udah berkata. Ya. Recorded as experiencing flooding or inundation. This flood and or inundation can be caused by anthropogenic factor or human factor, such as insufficient channel capacity, solid waste that obstruct the flow of channel, disconnected or unavailable drainage system, will inform wetland area and domestic wastewater and the drainage channel. Flooding and inundation occur in the unpredictable areas, including the Southeast Pacific, etc. And the relationship between regional growth and flood even require further research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edi Sandana Putra. Very much interesting articles about how flood was really predominantly was caused by man-made. From your results, it's almost 61% was caused by insufficient channel capacity, solid waste obstruction, or disconnected drainage system. Yeah. Do you have any other questions? Or okay. Please mention your name and the department you're from.
Awesome.
Being the leadership of major as a major in New City, and we changes during your leadership. I would like to appreciate the leadership we have. And your presentation is really interesting. The presentation, I think, is it okay? What I'm about to say is that I'm not about to ask that question, but I have a question with you. I was thinking you guys lots of I was thinking if you might do a calculation of everything that inventory or river or changes, I guess, would that mean something that could changes? Would that be something? I'm just thinking that to contribute a lot. And part money usually says, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mama. So it's been anthropogenic factor is very important. This factor, human factor, causes life in the sea. So there is maybe the next in the future was make our good regulation. That's for the news regulation, then how to make a law and enforcement who stay in environments, especially side of journeys, river area. That's very, very important. So this research maybe we go to conclusion that how to make people stay and how to think the preferences for people who stay in Panama.
Yes, and I just having related to your research, I want to know what is the primary that brings Malayan. Is this the community or the diet system, the community?
Yeah, that's anthropogenic factor. It's mean human factor. So let's include how to plan the drainage or risk management, how to make skills people, how to make regulation. The first factor, I think how to socialize to the people and make the regulation pada di mana boleh tinggal dan tidak boleh stay di community, jangan diusulkan budaya asli berpada negara di arah dan ada hubungan relationship between economic growth and anthropogenic factor.
Easy to see that to be painted in front of the any questions?
Go back to our from Dr. India. Candidates. Not yet. Just my research in hours. We do finish my doctor.
Yeah, this is really not the field of our science, but if I may know, in this thing, what is the purpose of modeling the law? Is there anything that this is
Yeah, this is our model in segmentation. Why I do this step? Because when we make manual segmentation, we need import from and knowledge from other. If we make segmentation just 1 minute, we have time maybe 10 minutes to make annotation. So I decide to make this segmentation with automatic segmentation to I hope the next step. Software. So sometimes the next reset on just in my reset on to be down to make software to make operation and maybe later we can offer to medical and the homeware together combination with them. Then we have, but like withdrawal or disease, sometimes older people get, but people and doctor not confident because this is people coroner when we get and then we get stroke, so maybe there. But this is step by step to make our decision and could be there. So that's why I want to research about this because sometimes the little is maybe we don't comfortable. We just think stroke, just think this is, but we know how this is, but this is now not only all the young people can put me like this is and I'm in IT, so I want to set for. I think it's interesting for me to research with I think it's big.
Thank you, Ms. Linda. Well, we hope that for the research and maybe someday in the future we will get patent. Here is something like that from your research. I mean, thank you. We give a round of applause for the the survey, the identification of the morphology fields the center of jumping as a ribbon problem. Mr. Certainly, please, Linda, you will give a direct presentation or video. Okay, video.
Nanti kalau ngomongin videonya pas
Um, I was for questions.
Um, so maybe a little bit of like information, geometrical lines, use like data, other speed line, and you can define the data vector. And we did like a 34 efficiencies compare geometrical patterns, similar or dissimilar. So my question is, the finding that we got from the was the difference between Maima and Javi was that Maima has shifted from its original norm towards or to the instrument, but Javi was kind of like different because the global integration of the finding was still placed near the riverfront. So in that way, my question was, what is the maybe like policy? What be that? That happen like it doesn't taste that much. Like our front pipe was we found out that damage changes from the top. Was with place like a and yeah, I mean, yeah, back to the question, why has Javi changed so much? of what happened or already happening in Jambi is still centered in its historical. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit about. Thank you.
Thank you. Saya jawab bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Jadi terima kasih Pak Muhammad Fajri atau Pak Fajri gitu ya. Sebetulnya agak berbeda Pak dengan yang saya temukan bahwa sebenarnya Jambi lebih bergerak dalam, tidak seperti saya tadi Jambi tidak terlalu banyak dengan apa nah saya tadi ya tidak berubah mungkin dalam artian di sana masih eksis yang namanya kegiatan-kegiatan itu ekonomi maupun masyarakatnya. Namun Pak, bagian terakhir tadi kan saya menyampaikan bahwa maksudnya tapi yang sebenarnya nah ini yang saya nyatakan bahwa itu dia tidak berorientasi lagi kepada sungai. Saya diskusi konflik permasalahan di situ ada namanya mediasi, ada juga mediasi. Nah mediasi itu saya selalu ngomong kalau itu melanggar tata ruang, itu melanggar undang-undang lingkungan ya. Sebetulnya ada lingkungan kemudian sepadan. Saya selalu memancing diskusi bahwa tidak ada yang kata. Pertama, dia berdiri sebelum undang-undang. Kedua, undang-undang itu berdiri. Ini tidak bisa disamakan. Kalau ada mekanisme selalu begitu. Saya bilang satu saya menemukan adalah kenapa dia menutupi kita terhadap seorang kota dan seorang kota. Nah, saya juga tadi nyatakan bahwa sebetulnya dari zaman dulu itu jalannya cuma satu itu BIM. Nah, kemudian karena sedimentasi kalau jadi kota itu ada yang namanya Surwo itu bawah sedimentasi. Dulu pertama saya tempat akhirnya makan tentang yang Surwo itu. Sekarang ada sedimentasi di Jakarta termasuk yang sempat gubernur. Itu juga ada. Nah, maksud saya gubernur itu ada dua jalan paralel, satu di bawah itu tidak. Sehingga saya juga waktu saya kecil dari itu. Nah kemudian kenapa dia juga saya meninggalkan sungai? Dulu itu diambil karena pelabuhannya dari pelabuhan tradisional hingga ya kalau daerah tahun 21 Belanda bangun pelabuhan daerah ketiga. Tetapi pertama dipindahkannya pelabuhan di Suku Batu itu ke daerah B. Keduanya lagi itu tadi yang BDC tadi. Ketiga lagi karena dibangun jembatan pertama jembatan Pakar satu Korduri, kemudian ada bangun lagi jembatan Pakar Ribuan. Lagi terakhir tahun 2018 saya lupa itu dibangun jembatan pedestrian. Nah itu yang kemudian yang kalau menurut saya dulu aktivitas antara dua sisi itu sangat cepat. Terus saya memang sedang ya. Kalau sekarang sudah mulai turun. Nah itu yang kalau saya melihat dari pada. Nah juga kebijakan pemerintah sekarang masuk pemerintah itu mulai mengembalikan bagaimana sungai itu masuk ke provinsi yang bisa membuat taman. Tapi ya saya tidak terbakar lagi seperti itu. Demikian. Ini satu lagi karena Bapak ini kan kalau Cina tadi saya sekilas mohon maaf ya kata Bapak tadi yang Bapak tunjukkan sebetulnya saya bisa tidak tolong yang ada tentang 7 itu ini itu bina yang dibutuhkan. Nah ini Pak ya sebetulnya saya nggak terlalu lihat memang sekarang nggak ada lagi Pak tapi yang di utara itu tulisan sepingan ya orang kami sampai sekarang di sana menyebutnya patinan. Jadi di sana dulu kami sebelum menemukannya, buktinya baik tertulis maupun tidak tertulis itu di sana dulu ada ulama yang dari Cina dari sana. Masuk pula kabarnya dulu ada, kalau jadi cuma kapten Pak, kalau di Palembang ada mayornya ya, sampai mayor, kapten dan mayor. Kami cuma kapten atau malah letnan Cina ya di situ, dan kemudian tahun berapa persisnya itu karena saya belum tanya itu mulai hilang. Tapi saya pernah ke sana salah satu keturunan orang Cina nih, maksudnya saya dia keturunan Cina itu menyebut ada rumah itu dulunya adalah memang rumah yang arsitekturnya khas seperti itu. Tapi sekarang sudah dibongkar. Di yang utara itu nggak ada lagi pecinan kalau kita artikan sebagai identitasnya ada atau tenda semacam. Pecinan di sana itu lebih banyak pada perannya Cina-Cina Muslim. Mungkin. Yes. Gimana? Sudah ya? Alhamdulillah.
Okay, before we continue the session, I would like to kindly remind all of our presenters that the beginning time is only 7 minutes for presentation and the rest is for Q&A. So this is kind of a reminder so you can see yourself if the time is clear. We can speed up the presentation. Okay, great. The next presenter with right to response to the tropical environment, exploring the concept of Carson's Garden City with balance book value.
And invite the speaker presenters for questions. In which But the custom in Palembang that's have characteristic to the karakteristik yang bagus itu menjadi It's paper ID 303 and books study on urban public spaces of Riverside traditional settlement to support community-based tourism. A study 340 Palembang. Urban public spaces of Riverside traditional settlement to support community-based tourism. The method is use method that consists of quantitative and quantitative methods consisting of case studies, method, and success. You can see the concept of one method here. Of the environment, open space include movement method that and rivers and space between the buildings. Example 3 how can I try to read the space? You can see another picture. And this is the identification of the activities in the and this is the tourist activities and potential number 16. Tourist activities consist of traditional celebration and international environment. And my potential contributions to me, I just feel or traditional arts. And this is the analysis of the conservation and the most frequently available the most frequently indicator is the connectivity of the sequence between networks. And this is a constant analysis. So the dimension and this is the non-physical area. So this is the first analysis. What is analysis? That is the potential action. You can see okay, please. Important the community based. Thank you for your question. You can see in my next presentation that we have some attractive tourism destination in Yamat. We need some infrastructure to support this community-based tourism. Community-based tourism and unique traditional and urban space is a space that carry on tourist activities. And tourists like to observe around the environment, traditional houses, the local people activities, and so other in the urban public space. And that is the role of urban public space in supporting the community business. Maybe there is another question. Yeah.
I have a question about, is there or is it what is the best practice to sustain specific because like as a non-expert observer, so I guess that some of the person there.
You describe this community-based tourism in Palembang is but 340 menit. But actually, as I observed in 340, there are many traditional hosts that all hosts with authenticity, architecture, and it's in a good condition, but not promote to tourism, community tourism. And there are also some activities that like make nipah and make rokok nipah and some others. We have many potential destinations there, but maybe next time Palembang government can improve that area to support and to make community business. Yeah. Okay, thank you. The next presenter, dedicated to titled Sustainable Urban Development along Riverfront. It's already housing for the time. Malaysia is about resources. For the time, Malaysia is about sustainable urban development along riverfront settlement, focusing resources. Is there any criteria or consideration that choose this location as your study area? And what as there is there are three types of foundation. Is there any relation with this designing? If I with you can when they want it, there is a paper wall in paper it much in this area. It was the growth of the whole thing in the river, but still not developed yet. This area that developed yet, so we can see how much the river wall can decline, can reduce the cost cost growth over the river. That's one, and there is a new bridge that should be give a lot of impact to this area. But in this case, how much impact to this area? Yeah, the biggest impact is the construction of the river wall in the river front. So the bridge market is too much this the area for the family. I get the list for to capture where is the living of floating building, not too much, and field building, and modified building, and we can because I now want contrast color and modified field building. The modified field building in the middle area and in the reformer is like in the floating and still building in the tidal riverfront, the landscape area riverfront, and in the grounded formation is not much fall in near to the and more inland and because it is the not much tidal in this area, so of the from tidal wetland into dry and wetland, so then change their formation to growing is only no it's like I
Okay. The next number, February 309, at first, dan Amirul
And the mind estimate the potential result of man in the system. Because the method of determining the sequence of the activity is confirmed method to get a problem or control the potential result. Illustration. The activity in the the surface of the downstream page. Using the image finishing area, the activity, sorry, they are one activity that enter the primary level. Mainly in the activity of study of following work using prior method. That enter the highest level, in the activity and the activity in the context. Level recover Use the safety close and control method administrating maintenance of medicine when not in the operation of the use in terms of options of the other levels. Safety clause that declares the space administrative maintenance of patient when in operation supervision supervision of the use of PPE installation of scenes and other methods.
The important part from a resolution or conclusion. Is there any questions?
Thank you for your presence. Uh, I think the problem to number one the life is right. This bisa di depan terus number one number two line of order organization. And then I think there are two problems. And as in that, the life of the workers very efficient in solving the problem.
Is Emma Margaret Yasuki? Yeah. Pretty okay.
Maybe is annual rate it's to be
What you use RGM method, and there are advantages and there disadvantages.
Thank you for the case because is what the 10 years by cannot concept if it's a problem on the water. Someday problem will come again because it is problem. With this thank you very much. Together, we were ready.
Consonant, the something like is can be used to color factory. Because its object is for the machine production, and this research is a personal maintenance itu from machine for the machine production. So and I think question briefly is why I use the SEM in this research because one of the goals of maintenance is to ensure that maintenance it can be determined by its users. Okay, so this is research. Reliability center maintenance is a process or method use the determine the maintenance. Determine the maintenance needs to a physical effect. A physical effect. So that is still can be essential. Is it good? Okay, to ask for today, 313 Stephanie for the
Ya.
Saya listening saya dari Pak.
Ya ini, I'm sorry. Apa ya? Pikir saya yang penting video presentasi.
Nanti isi
poinnya. Ya boleh kita kirim ke ini ke panitia Siceto. Nanti kita kirim materi. Apa PPT? Ya PPT.
questions for Mr. Sato.
No. Alhamdulillah. Karena ini udah sore kan?
Yes.
Beda dulu ini.
Jadi ini aja Pak, lebih mengerti awal.
Thank you very much for your question. Okay, in the research about implementation aspect or autoencoder adalah bagaimana kita imputasi itu bagaimana kita mengisi nilai yang kosong pada data yang ulang. Jadi kita ilmu IT dan komputer bisa membantu kalau ada data yang berurutan waktunya dan juga banyak variabelnya. Itu misalnya terjadi trouble, terjadi error karena mungkin alatnya menangkapnya misalnya tidak sempurna sehingga tidak ambil kosong. Maka kami pendekatannya imputasi. Nah, dengan imputasi ini akan diharapkan mendekati nilai yang sebenarnya untuk mengisi pada tabel pada nilai yang kosong. Maka kita mempelajari dengan imputasi. Nah, dengan riset saya menggunakan metode atau arsitektur autoencoder yang saya adalah bagaimana gambarannya itu masukkan data yang itu pada di auto itu ada memasukkan encoder masukkan dan sama nilai sebenarnya angka 5 yang outputnya harus angka 5. Oleh karena itu perlu kualifikasi. Jadi mesin di apa namanya diajak untuk belajar dulu, di-train dulu, ya, diajarkan dulu baru di-train. Jika kalau dia sudah mendekati maka sistem sudah bisa yang kita kembalikan nilai. Jadi rumusnya adalah bagaimana? Pertama adalah kita harus memberikan knowledge dulu atau teori dulu kepada sistem ini sehingga sistem ini belajar. Nah, ketika dia sudah memahami belajar tren pelatihan beberapa iterasi beberapa pengulangan sehingga sampai pada iterasi keberapa sistem itu mendekati error atau kesalahan yang mendekati nol. Jadi artinya apa namanya kesalahan kecil, cari apa namanya error yang sangat kecil. Sehingga kalau sudah mencari error yang kecil untuk memprediksi maka
memprediksi dengan benar. Jika kalau dia bisa memprediksi dengan benar, bisa analisis dengan baik. Set menggunakan arsitektur autoencoder yang mengembalikan data seperti memang sebenarnya yang kembalikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Join the online paper description be recorded today, so based on my observation for the last 1 hour, I'd like to award this prize to me. Gimana ya?
Sudah terkejut aku. Really?